teacher, Sister MyRah Moss. Sister MyRah Moss is an inspired, self-taught energy master. She studies spiritual energy. She also refers to herself as holistic because she believes that the key to the universe is the balance of opposites. Anywhere where you can balance opposites is where you complete the spiritual spiral and open a vortex, gaining access to the energies of the universe. She considers this energy process a formula of creation. She began her interest in astrological energies by studying all of the astrological signs. This is how she was able to see this holistic concept, and everything else only expanded from there in a precept upon precept reality of learning. She began to break in exposure by starting her presentations in Atlanta, Georgia. She was then offered the opportunity of being a regular guest on a well-known radio show. She has since done presentations all over the United States. The distribution of videos from those presentations opened her up to national and international audiences and clientele. She has a full source of videos on the internet as Sister MyRah as well. She loves serving the spiritual family to assist in their recognition of each of the individual roles in contribution to a magnificent royal universal purpose of fulfilling our collective spiritual destiny in the Aquarius age of the evolution of righteousness. Sister MyRah resides in Omaha, Nebraska. She is a world-renowned master astrology and energy teacher. Her work has helped transform the lives of many melanated people across the globe. She has received millions of views via YouTube and other internet sites for her astounding, transformative, and amazing work. Through her humility, devotion, and dedication to the cosmic royal family, she has succeeded in changing the world and upping the vibration on the planet Earth. I would all love for you to join me as I welcome onto this platform, onto YouTube Live for the first time, Master Teacher Sister MyRah Moss. Welcome, Sister MyRah.
Welcome, welcome. I mean, thank you, thank you. Just a little distracted here. I am so glad to have all of you here for this. This is a very, very important date. The 12/12, 2021. There's a special significance to that date for me, especially personally, because this is the anniversary of when my mom made her transition on this date, December the 12th, as well as my youngest sister's birthday. So I always knew there would be some significance to why those things coincided. So that's going to be part of what I talk about in the presentation. But I do want to welcome everyone. I want to welcome my universal family. This is why I do it. I love my family, my cosmic family, because we're all part of a universal whole. And it's time for us to step up and start operating from a holistic perspective. Every time we go up a level, we have to shift up in our perspective and start seeing things more holistically. And I'll describe that as we get in. Melanie done such a wonderful job of acknowledging everyone that has been instrumental in promoting my information, and I want to reiterate those greetings and welcome you. So let's go ahead and get started here. You know, of course, the title is This Is It. It is superseding the illusion of time. I've been getting this information. I've been downloading lately, and this is what it's been centering around, superseding the illusion of time. So the first thing we're going to deal with is this 21st shift. And I want to go ahead and read a narrative I wrote on that. It says here, the corrupted powers has reached their maximum of 180 degrees of abusive power, which is the only spiritual sin in the restriction of our personal rights and choices. This opens up the spiritual response in the liberation of our universal powers as the individual vessels or Haru's energy, Aries, when we access the full 360 degrees of our personal powers, which is the first fire sign, as each individual balances with their opposite Libra energy in their partnership with their own spirit. We all do that through Libra. We all partner with our own spirit through Libra. We are the warriors of justice who are on ground zero to guide the universal forces where the need is to manifest the energy of balance and correction. As Sister Melanie expressed in my bio, I do consider myself a holistic, which means I say the key to everything, the key to the universe is balance. Everything has to have an opposite reflection. As above, so below, as within, so without, as above, so below. All of this is about the balance of opposites, the balance of polarities. There's always going to be an opposite reflection, one hidden and one visible. The hidden would be mama's domain, the subconscious, and the visible would be father's domain, the conscious reality. As you all know my work, I identify the four members of the highest royal vibrations of energy in the universe are equated to the four members of this royal family, and we identify their characteristics through the four elements. The four elements. The air element is the father's component. Father of righteousness, Father's spirit. Anytime we're dealing with the air element, we're dealing with the spiritual component. And Father's spirit speaks to us externally through the mind. His role is, anytime we're dealing with spirit, we're dealing with the collective. So his role is to inspire through communicating to us mentally a righteous mindset. He is trying to activate a collective righteous mindset. That is his highest role. Then we have Mama, Soul, Mama Universe, Big Mama, however you want to identify that. She represents the subconscious, the internal, the hidden. So the water element, and she speaks to us internally through how we feel from our ancient memory. She is the ancient of ancients, the mama of ancestors. You follow your ancient lineage through the mama, the mitochondrion, to the original Black Mama universe. That is how we follow our ancient ancestral lineage, where she tells us where we came from, and Father Spirit tells us where we're headed, or how to fulfill our spiritual destiny and our spiritual purpose. And then we have the sun, the fire element, the sun of power. S-O-N as the individual and S-U-N as the collective. And the sun deals with our passions, our desires. At the highest vibration, it deals with our creative empowerment, our creative powers. And then last but not least, we have the daughter component. That's the earth element, daughter earth. It's not mother earth, it's mama universe and daughter earth. The earth component deals with our values, our healing. It deals with our character. But most of all, it deals with our security, being secure from within, not looking outside of yourself for your security. And she is the last one to step up to her sacred status. We have the king with Father's Spirit, the air element, the queen with Mama Universe, the water element, the prince, the fire element, the son of power. The only one who hadn't reached her sacred status was daughter Earth, daughter character. She's been undermined in her value, being the earth element, through materialism, the matrix, the Ma of tricks, the Ma of terror, materialism. So she's only now ready to be crowned and step into her sacred status on December 21st, 2021. That is when she becomes the princess of the royal family. We are completed as a star system. And now she's able to go into marriage or balance with the Anubis of the Sirius star system. And that's how we balance star systems. This is how this energy will reverberate throughout the cosmos. So those are the four components. We are the individual aspect, the physical individual vessel that has access in our energy vibration to those four highest components of the royal family. That is the tapping into the highest vibrations of the royal energy of the universe. We are the vessels that are connected to that highest vibration in the universe. So that's what I'm saying, the balance. It's always about the balance. And anyone can tap into spirit, but tapping into what level of spirit is what matters now. And that is how we're going to supersede time, because it's not about time. The difference is the levels we're tapping into, from the bottom to the top, as above, so below, as within, so without. Everything is about the balance of those polarities. Two halves make a whole. That is the formula of creation. Anywhere you can balance opposites equally, that is how you then open up that vortex and create, tap into the power of the universe. We have surpassed any protection from a corrupted global agenda to shut us down from our vibrational connection to fulfill our royal, ancient, collective destiny. Since we are beyond a global level of protection, we are entering a planetary level of operation, which brings us to a point when Big Mama, or Mama Universe, comes to the table in her domain of rulership. As the nurturing element of the water, she is totally interested in the well-being of her universal family, which includes, as I mentioned, righteous Father Spirit, the air element, the creative powers of the sun, the fire element, and most of all, the daughter of character, the earth element. The number 21 is significant as a number of fulfillment at the highest of levels. In the tarot deck, the number 21 is the last card of the major arcana as the world card. December 21st is symbolic of the 12 o'clock hand of a clock when you reach the highest of the astrological cycle at the winter solstice. as we are completing the Gregorian calendar of the year 2021. This is it, superseding the illusion of time. We, the Earth Warriors, are now being called to make our shift of ascension as the physical vessels to channel the universal vibrations in this infinite collective alchemy process of transformation and regeneration of the Aquarius Leo axis age in the evolution of righteous rulership. So that's where we're at. That's why the number 21 is so significant. And even today's date, 12/12, because if you change the numbers around, you still have 12 or 21. Those are still holding the same vibrational frequency. So 9 days, that's always like an incubation period where you're transitioning from one level to a new level. That number 9, that's what it signifies. So we got 9 days from today before we hit that December 21st mark. This is what we've been aspiring to through many, many lifetimes. It takes more than one lifetime to fulfill a universal purpose. We are all individual aspects, and when we were energy beings, we decided what purpose we wanted to contribute to this larger universal purpose. And we did this not as individuals. We did this on a family level, So your family, a group decided what purpose as a family we would contribute to this larger universal purpose, because we have a cosmic family that now we have to balance with as the physical family or the earth family. So you've had many, many lifetimes with these people, and they've played different roles in your life. One lifetime, they may have been your father. Another lifetime, they may have been your brother. Many, many roles in each lifetime through that same family group. Now that we've reached the age of Aquarius/Leo, it's time for our evolution. That means it's time for us to bring each component that each family have been mastering on for many, many lifetimes. It's time to bring that mastery to the table. It's like this great big puzzle. And the first lifetime was the first piece of that puzzle. Didn't make a lot of sense. But once you mastered in that lifetime, that gave you access to the next lifetime where you continued that mastery to the next lifetime. You have to complete spirals to evolve to the next level. So each time we completed a lifetime, a spiral, a mastery, it gave us access to the next level, all the way up until this level when we reach the Aquarian age/Leo, and that is when that is the energy of evolution. That means we've balanced on enough levels to evolve to a new level in the universe. Now it's time to bring that last piece of that puzzle and put it in place so that we can see the bigger picture, the larger reality, the universal purpose that has been unfolding for many, many lifetimes. And this is the lifetime for all those pieces to come together to fulfill a universal purpose. And we are the individual vessels that will then make our connection to the highest level, the royal level of the universe, in order to guide it and correct the imbalance where that correction needs to occur. We're like I said, on ground zero, so that is what we're going to be dealing with here today. Before I get really into it, though, and Melanie wasn't even aware of this, but Spirit has brought it to me to do a dedication to our brother Bobby Hammett. I really want to dedicate this presentation to the master teacher, Bobby Hammett. We're in his energy now because he is a Sagittarius. His birthday was November the 28th. And I really want us to, at the end, I really want us to do a collective vibrational, we want to send some energy to our brother Bobby Hammett. He's been coming up quite a lot lately. I've been watching quite a bit of his videos. I remember he was the one that gave me my debut, as Melanie mentioned, at the Hammett Summit, as well as when I first moved to Atlanta and I first heard Bobby on the radio, and couldn't wait to go see his presentation. Me and my daughter-in-law, we used to wait for those flyers announcing that he was going to have a presentation, and we'd go there maybe about 2 o'clock in the afternoon and wouldn't come out till 2 in the morning, and our heads would be spinning. There would be so much information to chew on. Like I said, he's the one that turned me out when it came to the metaphysics. So this, I wanted to do a dedication to him, because he is the one that has been, the backbone for many of us, guiding us and teaching us and showing us how to reach the people when it comes to this type of information. So I did want to put that out there. So the 21st shift, that is what we're going to focus on. And we, as the individual vessels, we have Aries. We're going to start with the individual vessels. We're going to start as we look at the first half of the astrological cycle. We're going to, excuse me, let me turn my phone off because, I should have done this before, but I'm sorry. Let's see here. And I'm going to turn that down to a vibrate. Okay, thank you. So the first, like I said, balance is the key to everything for me. Anywhere you balance opposites equally is how you create the whole. Energy can only do 180 degrees. 180 degrees. And then it has to be balanced with the opposite 180 degrees in order to complete a 360 spiral. Spirit is spiral. And it has to make a complete spiral before it opens up the vortex and gives us access to the next level. So a 360 degree spiral, 180 degrees on one half, in balance with the opposite 180 degrees. It's the range that makes the difference as to what levels you're tapping into, the range. So as low as you go on one end is as high as you can open up on the opposite end when it comes to energy vibrations. So I once said, if I want to vibrate at the level of a roach, that's my right to go to that level in order to complete a purpose. And when I go to the level of a roach, then that gives me access to the opposite from the highest level of the ego. There has to be a match between how low you go as to how high you can bring back in opposite return. This is the key to everything, you guys. There has to be an opposite reflection. One conscious, one subconscious. And to the level you go down will be to the exact level you can access and bring back in opposite return. Spirit is spiral. What goes around comes around, and we're energy beings. We're transmitters as well as receivers. But spirit has been a phrase, I tell people you can put it on my tombstone. My most famous phrase is, spirit moves inside out, not outside in. So it's what we send out as to what we spiral back. If we're sending it out at 20%, we're going to spiral it back at 20%. If we're sending it out at 80%, we're going to spiral it back at 80%. That is why the powers that have been is eternally keeping us distracted to look external and keep us in our doubts, our fears, and our guilts, so that we do not go internal and tap into the highest vibrations of the universe, which is our true powers. Our power is not outside of ourselves, it's internal. Anything outside of you is only an illusion. It has to be whole, holistic. And in my definition, that is what God means. Full spiral, a full 360-degree spiral. You have to be whole or holistic in order to access the next level through that spiral of operation. And the first partnership, the first spiral, has to be one with your own spirit. It has to start with your own spirit. Everyone asks, what should we do? What should we be doing? All we need to be doing right now is getting into an equal and balanced partnership with our own spirit. We do the physical half, and our spirit will do the spiritual half. We have to do all we can on our physical end, and then we have to tag our partner, because this is a tag team match. You both can't go into the ring at the same time. They are opposites, and two opposites can't occupy the same space at the same time. One has to give way to the other. So you do all you can on your physical half, then you tag your spiritual partner. Your partner will come into the room, you come out of the room or the ring, and then is when it will go into the universe and gather the energy that will match what you've contributed on the physical half. And that is how you complete that first 360-degree spiral. That is how you step up to your first individual wholeness, your first individual holistic position. And all other spirals have to spiral from there. It has to come from there. You know, you have to first start that first spiral with your own spirit. And when it has gathered that energy from the universe to match what you've equipped it with from the physical half, that is when it's ready to complete and fulfill your purpose. So that is the first partnership, the first spiral we have to complete in order to continue to evolve to the next level and the next level. This is an infinite process of transformation, regeneration, and evolution of spiritual rulership. And that is why we had to reach the Aquarius age in order for the whole purpose to be fulfilled that has been put into operation many, many lifetimes ago. So we have to complete that first spiral. That is where you've given all the ammunition to your spirit to match what you've invested. And when we have that full 360 spiral, That is your first vortex, stepping you up to an individual holistic level. So once we reach the Aquarius age in this lifetime, that is the point of evolution. Now, Aquarius being the sign of evolution and its opposite, we're going to have to get used to talking about pairs or 6 axes of energy, because the more you break it down individually, the more you're taking into the physical. Physical is individual, and spirit is the collective. Father's spirit, the air element. That is why they say where more than one is called in my name, so shall I be, Father's spirit. You have to pool energy to create spirit. Spirit is a combination of energy. The individual is the physical, that's personal. So completing and fulfilling your individual as you then connect to the opposite, which then balance it and creates the whole, or come full circle to that 360-degree spiral. So Aquarius being the sign of evolution, and then its opposite, Leo, being the sign of the creative ruler. So the evolution of a new creative rulership in the Aquarian age. That is what we're ascending to. That is what we're evolving into, a new creative rulership. And to complete that, what we're talking about with Aquarius and Leo, we're talking about the fixed cross. So not only are we balancing opposites, those 6 axes of energy, Aries, opposite Libra, Taurus, opposite Scorpio, Gemini, opposite Sagittarius, Cancer, opposite Capricorn, Leo, opposite Aquarius, and Virgo, opposite Pisces. Those are the 6 axes of energy. So once we have balanced those opposites to create the first level of wholeness, 360 spiral, then we have to move to the cross level. Right now, we need to be moving to the cross level. There are 3 crosses that we have to tap into in the universe. And the first cross we're going to talk about is the cardinal cross. That consists of Aries, fire, opposite Libra, air. That is also Cancer, water, opposite Capricorn, earth. So those are the 4 signs that make up the cardinal cross. The cardinal cross is what activates and initiates a new level of energy vibration, tapping us or evolving us into the royal level of the universe. It is the royal energy. So that is the cross, the cardinal cross. Now, the cross that we're talking about now is the fixed cross. So after the cardinal cross activates a new level of energy vibration from the royal level of the universe, then the fixed cross. Now, this is the one that is most active for us right now, is the fixed cross. I call it the cross of crucifixion. These are the 4, what I call horses of the apocalypse. Those 4 horses of the apocalypse. Because once the cardinal cross activates and initiates a new level of energy, then the fixed cross will set that into motion. It is the one that will reverse the energy out of the mundane physical illusion of power to a spiritual, creative, and royal empowerment. So when we're dealing with the fixed cross, it is the one that is the workhorse, or what I call the army, are the enforcers of what the cardinal cross activates. And that is Leo opposite Aquarius, and that is Taurus opposite Scorpio. Those are the four signs that represent the fixed cross. So once the Aquarian age is what really activated that fixed cross, because it is the fixed air and is the sign of evolution. And its opposite Leo is the creative rulership. So an evolution of a new creative rulership when we balance those two. And in order to evolve Aquarius as the new age rulers, Leo, there has to be a transformation, which is Scorpio, the horizontal axis of that fixed cross. There has to be a transformation, Scorpio, of our values, which is Taurus, the opposite sign of Scorpio. So that is what the fixed cross is doing. The evolution of a new age rulership. Aquarius is also the sign of the humanitarian. The only sin, as I mentioned in the narrative, spiritually is an abuse of power. Physically, there's a multitude of sins, but spirit is opposite the physical. And there's only one sin in the spiritual reality, and that is the abuse of power. I don't care how much power you're given, you're going to be judged as to how you use that power. Are you going to use it righteously, or are you going to use it abusively? This is the story of a SAR, which is Sagittarius energy, being cut into the 14 pieces, or 14 cycles of time. Because Sagittarius is the ultimate fire. Fire is power. And it's also the planetary ruler of Sagittarius is Jupiter. And Jupiter is, we all get our blessings through Jupiter. It is the great beneficent. It is the one that brings blessings. Also, it expands. Anything it touches, it brings in abundance. So bringing an abundance of power, expanding that abundance of power, the last fire sign, Sagittarius, a SAR. And this is why a SAR had to be cut into the 14 pieces or cycles of time in order to mature and use that power righteously. He was cut down by Set. It was the father, another level of father energy, the righteous spirit, the righteous mindset. So he had to cut the ultimate sun, fire, so that he could mature and be able to use that abundance of power righteously before he could be fully endowed with that power. Because when our predecessors abused their powers, they screwed up the world. If we abuse our powers, it's going to be detrimental to the universe. So this is what this whole process has been about. It's only been an alchemical process, turning mortals into immortals, what is base into gold, refining, making sure that in order to access our full power, we will not abuse that power, so it would not be detrimental to the universe. So Sagittarius, a SAR, or the not abusing the power. And that is what the fixed cross is about. It's about our evolution as new age rulers, but we have to have a transformation in our values in order to step up to this, out of the abuse of power to a humanitarian empowerment. That is what the fixed cross is about, transforming us. That is part of the creative process, a transformation and a regeneration. And Scorpio is the sign that represents transformation, the death of the old for a rebirth of the new. at a higher level. The old has to go in order for the new to blossom. So from mundane physical illusion of values, Taurus, its opposite, to a royal, spiritual, and righteous empowerment. That is what that fixed cross is activating. So there has to be a transformation in our values. So we are the individual vessels, and we have to go through all of these energies. Remember, you have a full universe of energy within you. Your sun sign is just what you came into this lifetime to focus. And this is very important in this lifetime because this is the lifetime of evolution. So whatever sun sign you came in this lifetime gives you a hint as to what your focus, what it is that you're going to energize or expose as your focus, as your last contribution in energy to this collective universal purpose. So what was your destiny? What was the purpose you chose? That is indicated through the sun sign you came in through in this lifetime. So you have a full universe of energy within you. It's like if someone was to take a snapshot of the universe at the very moment of your birth. Where were all the planets in the universe sitting? Where did all those energy rays converge together to make who you are in your collective energy, which is your spiritual energy? So your sun sign tells you your personality. It tells you what you came here to focus through. But you also have a full universe of rays that came together as your collective energy as well. What is your Mercury? That's your conscious mind. You know, where was Mercury sitting? What constellation? My Mercury was in Sagittarius, which means consciously I think like a Sagittarian. Where was your, we got the, well, of course, we got the moon sign, we got the sun sign, the moon sign. The moon indicates your emotional nature. That's how mama speaks to you through the moon, the water, internally, through how you feel, from your ancient memory. Mama exposes internally through how you feel from your ancient memory. If you have love for someone and you don't understand this, not computing consciously, that's how Big Mama is telling you who you loved from antiquity. She is the one that gives us what we feel from who we were in our antiquity. So that is how Mama speaks to you, through how you feel, the water element internally, where Father speaks to you externally through the air element, through how you think, your mind. So we also have the Mercury, we have the Venus. What constellation was Venus sitting in? What energy ray did it contribute to your collective makeup? My Venus was also in Sagittarius. Usually your Mercury and your Venus are going to be either in your sun sign, or it's going to be in the sign after your sun sign or before your sun sign. So it could be in any one of those ranges of energy. So my sun sign is Capricorn, and my Mercury is in Sagittarius. My Venus is also in Sagittarius, which means I love and I relate like a Sagittarian. I communicate like a Sagittarian, very blunt, very open. I had a client to tell me she wanted to send all her people to me, but she was telling them, you know, you better have a thick skin because she don't pull any punches. So that's my Sagittarius Mercury. and how I communicate and how I relate. You also have your Mars. Your Mars tells you how you stand up for yourself, how you fight, your desires, your sexual desires. Mars, a lot of people think Scorpio is the sex sign because Scorpio represents the genitals on the body, but actually it's Aries because its planetary ruler is Mars, and Mars is your sexual energy. So that is what your Mars will bring to the table. How do I stand up for myself? How do I defend others? That is your warrior energy. That is your Haru energy. So you have your Mars. Then you also have your Jupiter. And that's where your opportunities, your blessings, your confidence. It's the constellation that your Jupiter was in at your time of birth. My Jupiter was in Aries, is in Aries. So opportunities and blessings will come through the energy of Aries. Then we have your Saturn. And Saturn represents the father at a planetary level. Remember, people, we're dealing with many, many levels of energy. That is why the title is Superseding the Illusion of Time. Because that's what makes the difference, is the levels. Anybody can tap into spirit. It's a matter of what level you're tapping into when it comes to tapping into spirit. How high can you go? How low? That is why, the chosen ones are the ones that have been the one most abused in their power, that put at the bottom of the totem pole in their power. Because, like I told you before, the way to step up to the next level the way to access the highest level is that you have to have you have to go as low as you go is as high as you can bring up back from opposite return. So those who have been most abused, like I said, spirit is spiral. Those at the bottom will end up at the top. What goes around comes around. So those who are most at the bottom are the ones who will end up most at the top in the transformation and the evolution and the spiritual spiral of the universe. So Saturn, that's the planetary level of the father. Saturn represents the planetary father. He is the Lord of karma. He is the one that will take down those who abuse their power and lift up those who have been abused. He is the great reconciler, and he does come in, as we talked about, at the winter solstice, December 21st, because Saturn is the planetary ruler of Capricorn. And that's when we go into Capricorn at the winter solstice. So that is where we are chastised, restricted, and limited. That is what Saturn does. He is the great character builder. He is the one that will chastise us, restrict us, limit us, just to see if we're going to overcome those limitations and restrictions by staying true to our integrity and our character. Capricorn is the sign of integrity and character. It is the last earth sign. Anytime we're dealing with earth, we're dealing with values. So staying true to the integrity and the character of your values. And that is Saturn, who will challenge you just to see how you will overcome those restrictions. And once you have proven that you will stay true to your character and your integrity to overcome those restrictions, Father is the great disciplinarian. He is the great chastiser. And once you have proven yourself worthy, and have passed the test of Saturn, that is when he will pass you over to Mama Universe. She is the comforter. She is the one that will soothe those wounds that you experienced in your chastisement of the Father. But what a lot of people don't understand is you don't blend energy. You do not blend energy. You have to harmonize energy. So that means you have to complete one half before you can activate the opposite response in equal measure. So once Father has chastised you and proven you worthy, then you are able to access Mama Universe, who will kiss those boo-boos and make them magically okay. Just like when you were a little child and you were running around outside and you fell down and you scraped your knee. You knew to go crying straight to Mama, and all she had to do was kiss that boo-boo, and it was magically okay. Well, we also have a cosmic Mama. And this is what Mama means. Just the energy of Mama means I will take care of your needs beyond your capability. Father deals with logic and reason, knowing, being able to figure things out, come to an agreement. That is his domain. But Mama is it's just about when it goes beyond your capability, when the wound gets too big for you to handle on your own. That is when Big Mama comes in. I will take care of your needs beyond your capability. That is why she is Mama Magic. First two letters of magic is Ma. So she is the one that brings the magic to the table. You know, the ancestral magic. She is the ancient of ancients. Mama's soul and Father's spirit. The two have to be balanced in order to become whole. Father's no good without Mama, and Mama's no good without Father. The balance, the key to everything is a balance. There has to be an equal balance in order to complete that spiral. The full 360-degree spiral. That is how you open up that vortex to the next level. So she is the one that will open up that magic of the universe once you have proven that you will not abuse that power. There's two prerequisites to stepping up as a new ruler. Number one, you have to prove that you are secure. You are secure from within. That is the earth element. Earth and water are internal. That's the feminine. So you have to prove that you are secure. Okay, I don't know, something just happened there. But you have to prove that you're secure in order to qualify. That's the first prerequisite, being secure from within, not looking outside of yourself through your ego for your power. And number two, you have to prove that you will not abuse that power, that the power is, that you will not abuse it, but use it righteously. That is the second. There's only the two, being secure internally and that you will not abuse your power. That is how we're being judged by the universe. That is what Father, the planetary Father, Saturn, will activate. He will be the one who will chastise us and teach us those lessons. And the minute we abuse those integrity and our power, then he will immediately chastise us and restrict us and limit us so that we can learn the lessons of not abusing our power. After Saturn, we have Uranus. Uranus is the planetary ruler of Aquarius. It's our evolutionary energy. It's what explodes the status quo when things have become stagnated and stale, the system. It is the one that makes sudden, abrupt, explosive changes. Your Uranus tells you where you're most unique, where you're most different from most people. That's how you bring your unique qualities to the table. We're all contributing to a new creative reality, and we all have the opportunity to bring our own unique, personal, creative contribution to that table. And only your spirit can give you that guidance on how to do that. So that's why that's the first partnership. It's the one that's been with us throughout many lifetimes, guiding us. So we're all on a unique journey, and only your spirit. You don't blend energy. Nothing blends into one. It's a contribution, a combination. We all make our own unique contribution to the whole, the one in all and the all in one. So that is what Uranus will bring to the table. It will, it's sudden, unexpected, explosive changes. That is what Uranus will bring to the table as its planetary contribution. And then we have, after Uranus, we have Neptune. And Neptune is the planetary ruler of Pisces. Pisces, the ultimate water. That's who I really call Big Mama, the fairy godmama of the Cinderella story, to bring the magic to the table. Neptune deals with our spirituality at the highest of vibration, but however, it also deals with deceptions, delusions, illusions. Our subconscious is what has been polluted in this reality of illusion. It's been polluted. Your subconscious, that's the entrance into the soul realm, your subconscious. It is the sign of the subconscious. So the ultimate water, Pisces, and it has been polluted in false values. And now it has to be cleansed and healed, because what they've done is they've put a bridge of emotional fears, doubts, and guilts between your spirit moving out from the soul realm. Instead, you're moving it out from the illusion of doubts, fears, and guilts. So someone has polluted our subconscious. And anyone who defines what we believe, because Pisces is the sign of I believe, defines what you create. But Neptune has made its full cycle and is back in its own energy of Pisces. So I always take that as an indication that Big Mama is now cleaning up the home, cleaning up the subconscious, cleaning us from those pollutions and those false values. So that is Neptune's role. But it is also where you do delude yourself or deceive others or are deceived by others. It is the energy of deception. Everything becomes obscure. Nothing's clear when we're dealing with the Neptune and Pisces energy. And then we have Pluto. I know they said Pluto is no longer a planet, but, don't believe that. Pluto, because it is the energy of transformation, regeneration. And that is not what the powers that be want. They don't want a transformation. They don't want a regeneration. We want the apocalypse. That's the end of the illusion, the apocalypse. So that is what Pluto does. It's the sign, an energy of transformation and regeneration. The death of the old, rebirth of the new at a higher level. That's part of the creative process, regeneration. When you've reached the maximum of where you can go in your energy vibration, like I said, only 180 degrees. That doesn't define the range of that 180 degrees, but it does define that each energy vibration can do 180 degrees before we have to cross over to the opposite 180 degrees in order to complete that spiral or that vortex. So, so Neptune, Pisces, subconscious, being able to go into the soul realm, the subconscious, to your ancient memory and to your Akashic records. You do that through Pisces, Neptune energy. There's other energy points, but we're just going to deal with the planetary ones. But those are how all those planets come together in their rays and converge at the moment in time and place of your birth to make up your astrological chart or your astrological energy, where you're getting a contribution from all the planets in the universe. And like I said, your sun sign only identifies your focus for the lifetime that you're experiencing. What did I come into this lifetime to focus? The sun is always the focus. So we have a full universe of energy, and we have to activate all the balance between all of the 6 axes of energy. And that's what I'm going to go through first off with the individual vessels. And we're going to start with Aries, Haru energy, Mars energy. When we're dealing with Haru, when we're dealing with Aries, when we're dealing with Mars, Aries is the most personal sign of the zodiac. So that means as you step into your Haru, that's you coming to your full 360 degrees of personal power. 360 degrees of personal power. That is what Aries represents as Haru. And then its balance with Libra, its opposite. That's where you get into partnership with your own spirit through Libra. We all get into partnership with our spirit through Libra. It's the sign of partnership. And it's an air sign, so that makes it spiritual. And the planetary ruler of Libra is Venus, which is Earth. So we're partnering and balancing the air with the earth or the spiritual with the physical. So a physical and spiritual partnership in equal balance, in equal measure, coming to your individual Christhood. Libra is also where your mate will come into balance with their spirit as well. I mean, if you're here to do the twin soul role, you come in, your mate also comes into balance with their spirit in Libra. And only then can the two of you come together. You in balance with your spirit, your mate in balance with their spirit. That is when you come together as twin souls. And at that point, but that is through Libra. So that is that Aries. When you come into balance with your own spirit in Libra, and then that is how you balance with Aries or Haru, and step up to your full 360 degree of personal power as you come into a partnership with your own spirit, your individual Christhood. Then we're going to look at Aquarius, the evolution, the sign of evolution, the sign of I know, the sign of the humanitarian. That's the age we're in, the Aquarius age. Aquarius is the sign of evolution, as I said, so that means we've balanced on enough levels to evolve. And that's where we're at right now, especially for this December 21st 2021, like I said, in the tarot deck, the last card of the major arcana is the world card. That is number 21. The master number, 22. We have two master numbers, 11 and 22. 11 is personal mastery, and 22 is spiritual mastery. So that is why this operation is occurring at the 21. Because once we step from the 21, that's when we step into the level of 22, which is spiritual mastery. That's a collective mastery. And that's what we're doing right now. We're stepping up and evolving as new age rulers, having been healed and transformed, you see, in the things that have undermined our power throughout many, many lifetimes. Those wounds are being healed. We are the vessels that are on ground level that are now making a connection to the highest universal energy in balance in order to heal those wounds. Remember, spirit is a collective. So these are collective wounding through our ancestors. So we are the last generation to expose those wounds that have been experienced by our ancestors, by what we've experienced in our sacrifices and struggles over many, many lifetimes. It's time to expose and heal those wounds so we can step up as the new rulers for this new Aquarian age that is now blossoming. So, Aquarius, reaching the Aquarius age is where that is the time where we have now balanced on enough levels to evolve to a new level. That is the energy of, like I said, the humanitarian. That is the energy where we step out of the abuse of power to a humanitarian rulership. And this is also demonstrated when we look at Leo and Virgo. They sit side by side. Leo is the 5th sign and Virgo is the 6th sign. And anytime we put Leo and Virgo together, we have the Sphinx, the body of the lion, Leo, and the head of the woman, Virgo. Power guided by wisdom. Virgo is the sign of wisdom, the one that cleanses and purges and purifies you of false values to this illusion in order to heal in your wisdom. This is where you have to supersede the ego, Leo, and open your heart, also Leo, to the value of the one of wisdom, Virgo. This is the kingdom or the rulership at the physical end that is to be fulfilled in the opposite. As we moved out of the Piscean age, the opposite of Virgo, into the Aquarian age, the opposite of Leo. So this is the rulership that is now ready to be fulfilled, superseding our ego and opening our heart to the value of the one of wisdom, being guided by wisdom. Wisdom without power without wisdom is futile. So this is the rulership that is now being fulfilled. Leo, the creative ruler, is the sign of the creative ruler. It's also the energy of resurrection, because the planetary ruler of Leo is the sun. So the resurrection of the sun to its power. It's also the sign of joyousness, joy, a righteous ruler, a joyous ruler. That is the rulership out of the abuse of power. When you balance the two, Aquarius and Leo. Leo on its own is where we will abuse the power through the ego. Balance with Aquarius, moving into the Aquarius age, is where we now become that joyous ruler or that righteous ruler or ruling in righteousness. Anytime we're dealing with the air element, that's what we're dealing with, righteousness. Father's spirit, the spirit of righteousness. So, as we look at Aries, it's the physical face of the spiritual Libra. And Taurus, like I already mentioned, is the physical face of the spiritual Scorpio. Gemini is the physical face of the spiritual Sagittarius. Cancer is the physical face of the spiritual Capricorn. And Leo is the physical face of the spiritual Aquarius. And Virgo is the physical face of the spiritual Pisces. Neither one is no higher or lower than the other. Spirit needs a vessel just as much as the vessel needs the spirit. Remember, the key is always balance. It's not about one being higher or lower or inferior or superior. It's about the balance of the two. The physical vessel in balance with that spiritual inner input or energy. So let's start with Leo, the resurrection of the sun into his power in that physical half. The first 6 signs are the physical half. Okay? So with Leo, we're saying it's time for the resurrection of the sun into his power. In order for him to resurrect into his power and come out of the illusion of values, Taurus, there has to be that transformation, Scorpio, of those values. So in order for him to resurrect, that's where Virgo comes in, the Virgin Mama, the very last sign in the physical half. Virgo is the last sign in the physical half of the astrological cycle. So the Virgin Mama cleanses and purifies the Leo sun of false values to the illusion or the matrix. That is how the sun can now ascend above the horizon line into the spiritual domain through Libra, the first sign in the spiritual half. So he ascends above that horizon line into the spiritual domain after being cleansed and purified by the Virgin Mama, Virgo. A lot of us are going through a lot of cleansing and purification now, showing up in many forms. The biggest one has been family, our physical family. There's been a disconnect between us and our physical family. Because like I said, this is a family endeavor. It's not individual, it's a family endeavor. So now it's time to balance with the cosmic family. That means when you're energizing on one half, the other half has to be sacrificed. So now is the time. We've been sacrificing our cosmic family because we've been in the physical reality. So now that we're stepping up to a new level, it's time to sacrifice the value of our physical family. That is why there's been some separation there. But don't worry, it's all about balance, and it will balance out. But there has to be a sacrifice made on the physical end in order to open up to the opposite on the spiritual end. So, and these people that are your family, like I said, this was an agreement made when you decided what purpose and mission you wanted to contribute to this larger purpose. So you decided with that family who would play what role in each lifetime. They played different roles in each lifetime. But energy only unfolds through a negative and a positive polarity. No pain, no gain. And to the same extent the pain will be the same extent the gain. That's why they always say it's always the darkest before the dawn, which means you have to completely get through the worst in order to get to the best. But remember, you don't blend energy. You have to complete one half before you can activate the opposite half. And there's going to be a measurement made of how much you've sacrificed and struggled on the negative polarity in order to bring back an equal measurement from the positive polarity in spiritual reward and spiritual empowerment. So as bad as it's been, is as good as it's about to get. So that negative and positive polarity, completing one half, and those family members, you've decided. So this is why we have to love our family unconditionally. It doesn't matter what issues you've had, what you've gone through with them, what they've done to you, what they've said to you, because you agreed for this to happen. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to get a little personal here because, as most of you probably know, I had a son, Virgo, my oldest son. I had two sons, Virgo and Aquarius. My youngest Aquarius, my oldest Virgo, and he passed away in 2013. My oldest did, the Virgo, in 2013 when I was living in North Carolina, and he was living there with me. And I was mourning him so hard, when he passed away, that he actually came back to me in spirit. And he said, "Remember, Mom, we agreed to this a long time ago." And when I moved away back home to Omaha after his passing, I come back home and I'm in my apartment on the 7th floor. And I'm on the west end on the 7th floor of the building. And I see the sun go across my living room wall. So I run to the window and I look out to see the literal sun actually setting in the west. And as I'm looking at the literal sun setting in the west, I hear my spirit say, the sun has to set in order for it to rise. So we were talking about my son, him setting, in order for him to be resurrected into his power. And he opened up the power through me for the family, because his son would come to live with me in his senior year of high school, and I needed a place for his son to come to. I mean, I didn't know at the time, but when I moved from my apartment, I wanted to buy a house. And I remember signing the contract on my house on the 4th anniversary of his passing. And not only that, I had looked at 2 other houses that fell through, but the third time the charm, that's the magical number, the number 3. So the third house address, he passed away at 43. That was his age when he passed away, 43. And the address on my house is 4321. I kept saying 1, 2, 3, 4 backwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then my address ended up being 4321. But his signature was all over the house because his son was going to need to come and stay with me in his senior year. And he was setting that up, not only for me, but for his son. So that was my first demonstration of his resurrecting into his power and what kind of power he could open up to me. And they gave me the steps of, when he made his transition and he left in Taurus energy on May 8th, 2013. And they told me all the steps he would go through, and this is something I had never heard of before. And I don't know if anyone has experienced this either, but my son went back up into my womb, and I started feeling like like contractions. And they said, no, those aren't contractions, those are retractions. He went up into my womb. And they even told me when he would come out. They said Leo. And the first day of Leo, I felt the vibration coming out from the top of my head, a serious vibration. And then a storm. I was in Greensboro, North Carolina, and a storm came up over my home. It sounded like it was just right above my house. It sounded like a lion roaring. And I just, on impulse, I got up and opened all the windows and the doors, the door to his room. He was in the back, off the kitchen. I opened the door for his room as the wind blew through my whole house. And so they told me that he would not ascend. Like I said, he left on May 8th, but they did not allow him to ascend into the spiritual domain until after his 44th birthday, which was September 20th. So he ascended like September 21st. And they explained as he was ascending to the spiritual domain, he would stay in an incubation period for 34 days. And then the last 9 days, he would be disconnecting and reconnecting to the universal reality, which means he came exactly out of that incubation on November the 8th, which was exactly 6 months from May 8th, from Taurus to Scorpio. And they told me at that time, they said, they called him Anubis. And they said that the dog star, equally attentive to his cosmic mama as to his physical mama. This is how it was explained to me. So he came back to tell me that. I was mourning him so hard. And he said, remember, we agreed to this. So that was my first indoctrination to the idea of the roles we play for each other as family members, to influence certain energies through that negative and positive polarity. And that is why we have to love our family unconditionally, because they agreed to play that role in order for you to be the beneficiary of the positive return. So that is, I always equate this to the Joseph story in the Bible, where he was given a multicolored coat by his parents because he was a righteous son, and his siblings got upset with that, and that's then sold him away into slavery, and he became the right-hand man of the Pharaoh and told the Pharaoh about a famine coming, and the Pharaoh gathers the food, and when the famine comes, the first people that he gets is his family that had sold him away into slavery. So there has to be a negative and a positive polarity. And in order to balance between the physical and the spiritual, the physical sacrifice and struggle, and to the extent that you sacrifice and struggle, is to the same extent that you are rewarded and empowered. But you have to complete one end before the opposite response can occur. And that's what we're doing right now. When we reach the winter solstice, we're completing our sacrificial struggle half. We've completed that already because we're actually in a fulfillment of an infinite collective alchemy agenda. And the number 19 is the number for collective alchemy. This was the repercussions of sacrifice and struggle that we felt throughout the whole 1900s. We were feeling the results of the sacrifice and struggle throughout the 1900s. That is the number for collective alchemy. So that when we stepped into the 2000s, we still had to have that incubation period, like I talked about with my son, because we didn't reach the full balance. I mean, in other words, we don't cross over until the 21st of December, the winter solstice. We're just 9 days away from at this point. So it's very instrumental that Melanie chose, this date for this presentation, because it's just 9 days before we get a fulfillment that has been coming together for many, many lifetimes. No, it's not going to be a wham, bam, thank you, ma'am type of situation. Energy unfolds, but that gateway will open on the 21st of December to put us on the opposite end of our sacrifice and struggle half that we have now completed as the physical vessels who have made the sacrifice, the struggles, not just this lifetime, but throughout many lifetimes. This is the lifetime to evolve, going into the Aquarian age. This is the lifetime to complete the mission and the purpose you've been focusing on, those pieces of the puzzles. Now it's time to put the last piece of the puzzle in place so we see the bigger purpose that we've actually been working on in contribution to the whole, the one and all and the all in one. But everyone is on a unique journey, and only your spirit can give you the guidance in how to complete this purpose. That is the only thing you need to worry about doing right now, is getting in balance with your own spirit. It will be the one that will give you your unique guidance, only your spirit. I never tell anybody what to do or what not to do. I introduce them to their spirit so their spirit can guide them in what is best for them and the path that they're on, and what purpose they have been working on through many lifetimes. What purpose are they ready now to make their final contribution to this larger universal purpose in this alchemy process? That's what it's been, a collective alchemy. Someone had to play the heavy and someone plays the beneficiary. There has to be a negative and positive polarity. No pain, no gain. And to the same extent, the pain will be the same extent the gain. Not only from what you have been struggling with throughout this lifetime, but the sacrifices and struggles you've made in other lifetimes as well. All that is going to be tallied up. Not only your own personal struggles and sacrifices, but those of your ancestors as well. I always say there was 144,000 generational families that fell from the highest to the lowest on the earth. And now that we're in transformation and regeneration, it's time to come back full circle to the highest again. But that's the Zion factor, the mustard seed, the small core. It's not the way of the masses, but the way of the few, the Zion factor. those who have held on to the values of their ancestors, those who have held on to the guidance of their ancestors. Like I said, in qualifying by being secure from within, the internal, the earth and water. The earth is your security. The earth represents you being secure from within. You have to be secure from the internal. And earth and water are internal. Earth represents your security, and water represents your emotional happiness. That's how Mama speaks to you, through the water on the internal, through how you feel from your ancient memory. So if it feels right, that's Mama telling you it is right. If it feels bad, Mama's telling you it is bad. But the earth and water are internal. Spirit moves inside out, not outside in. We're energy transmitters as well as receivers. So, yeah. So I always, and you guys probably heard me say it before, but the big bad wolf and the three little pigs. And the big bad wolf is the system of intimidation. It has to intimidate you into believing it has power over you, but its power is not real. You have to believe it's real. Check out my favorite movie, The Skeleton Key. You have to believe it's real in order to make it real. So that is that negative and that positive polarity. And if you believe, as they intimidate you to look outside of yourself and entertain those doubts, fears, and guilts, that is how they control you and program you in false values to this illusion. And now it's time to come out of those lower values and go into the higher values of the universe. So if you're wishing for a car, a house, money, a job, those are personal values. And it's time to step up to higher spiritual universal values, which encompass prosperity, peace of mind, security, protection, harmony, joy. These are higher universal values. And, a house, a car, money can come with that if it's part of that. But we have to go to a higher level now, and that's what that fixed cross is doing. It's activating that alchemy. It's activating that transformation, that regeneration, the death of the old, rebirth of the new, in our values, in order for us to evolve as the new age rulers. That is what that fixed cross is directly influencing right now, making physical sacrifices in order to go to the opposite end of things. But it will balance out. So wherever sacrifice you're making, especially when it comes to the value of your physical and personal family, they just agreed to play that role so we can have that negative and positive polarity, create the whole, the 360-degree spiral. To me, that is what God means, a 360-degree spiral. Anytime you're looking at a part of the whole, that's the illusion. We have to become holistic. To step up to a holistic purpose, we have to become holistic. We have to be lifting our vibration to the highest. We've already experienced the lowest. We've already done our role as the lowest through many lifetimes, the sacrifices, the struggles that we've endured. Right now, my physical, personal struggles, my biggest at this time, because next month, on the 8th, I will turn 70 years young. 70 years young. on January the 8th. And the number one criteria for me at this point is my own personal comfort. That's the main thing I want in my life right now, is personal comfort. And so right now, the sacrifice I'm experiencing is, physical things, especially dealing with the feet, especially dealing with my legs, my knees. And, Capricorn is the energy of the knees. You have Aries, the head, Taurus, the throat, Gemini, the arms. You have, of course, Cancer represents the breast. And then you have Leo, the heart. Then you have Virgo, the womb or the stomach. And then you have Libra, the lower back. And Scorpio, like I told you, the genitals. And then you have Sagittarius, the thighs. Capricorn, the knees. Aquarius, the calves. And Pisces, of course, the feet. You see. So from the knee on down is where I've been having my physical discomfort. And I'm trying to take it in stride. I'm trying to learn, how to take it in stride, because it's all part of, fulfilling a larger purpose. So the lowest on the physical is where I'm experiencing my personal agitation, because that is where the opposite is about to open up in spiritual reward and spiritual empowerment. So wherever you're having the pain on the physical body is where it's going to bring in from the opposite in spiritual reward and spiritual power. As all of this, we're in the rinse cycle now. So we're cleansing out all residuals of impurities in order to heal and step up to this new rulership. So this is all because of an alchemy process. If you add up the number 19, you get to the number 10. And that deals with Aries, the first, and it's the first cardinal sign, the 1. But when you put the 0 with the 1, you get the 10, which is Capricorn, the 10th sign. And the 10th sign of the zodiac, and the final cardinal sign. So what we're talking about is the royal prince and the royal princess, cardinal Aries and cardinal Capricorn, the son and the daughter. Remember, there's 4 members, and sometimes that's stretched to the 6, because sometimes we look at we will be also looking at the brother and the sister. We have the mama and the father, the son and the daughter, the brother, the sister, and the that's it. The brother, sister, father, mama, son, and daughter. Those are all 6 components that comes into play here. So the royal prince is Aries, the cardinal fire, and the royal princess is Capricorn, the cardinal earth. Capricorn, like I said, sits at like the 12th, it's like the 12 o'clock hand of a clock, the winter solstice, the highest peak of the astrological cycle. So not only does Capricorn represent the royal princess, it also represents the high priestess, because it's at the highest peak of the astrological cycle. And this is the energy, Capricorn, the ultimate earth sign, the cardinal earth, that represents that the precious stone, that it's the rejected stone that becomes the cornerstone. It's the stones the builders rejected when they asked to be guided by their conduct, and she was offered, but they rejected her. So she became the rejected stone, who becomes the cornerstone. It's in her rejection and redemption that the earth is transformed. Daughter Earth, Capricorn, the last earth sign, represents daughter Earth. Capricorn being the last earth, the sign of character. So we're talking about daughter Earth as daughter character, the spirit of character. And that is why she has been rejected in her value. Capricorn is also the sign of rejection. It's the sign of humbleness. That's why it represents the knees, and has been rejected because we've been in the land of illusion, and character is not respected in the land of illusion. That is how she became the rejected stone, who becomes the cornerstone. It's in her rejection and redemption that the earth is transformed. She has to be redeemed in her value. In other words, character has to be redeemed. You see. So the high priestess as well. That's what she represents, the high priestess. And she is the only one that's been undermined in her value. She has been undermined in her value because she is the energy of character. So she's been put at the bottom of the totem pole in her value, in the physical illusion, because character is not respected in the land of illusion. This is the Cinderella energy as well. And you break down the word Cinderella, cinder, carbon, E-L, L, that's a title of divinity, and La is feminine. So the black divine feminine, the servant girl, who ends up marrying the prince and becomes the queen. That's what Cinderella means, from the bottom to the top. Being put at the bottom and rises to the very top. Remember, who goes the lowest are the ones who can bring back from the highest. Has to be matched, an opposite return. There's always an opposite reflection. One conscious and one subconscious. And when you know that, Aquarius, you have to know that. Aquarius is the sign of I know. And its opposite is Leo, the creative ruler. So when you put those two together, I know I am a creative ruler. In order to activate that rulership, you have to know your power in order to activate your power. If you don't know it, you don't have it. But if you know it, then that's how you energize it. So you have to know that there's always an opposite reflection, being secure from within. The royal prince and the royal princess, through the cardinal fire, Aries, and the cardinal earth, Capricorn. Of course, the cardinal water is Cancer, the queen, and the cardinal air is Libra, the king. That's the royal family of energy. And remember, you have it all in you. Wherever your Capricorn is at in your chart is where you have been rejected in your value. Wherever your Capricorn is at is where you have been rejected in your value externally. And you have to redeem the value within yourself, your own self-worth, your own self-value. Remember, that's how Mama speaks to you internally, through the water element, through how you feel. So she will give you a perspective of your true value on a universal scale, your holistic you. Anytime you're looking at a part of the whole, that's the illusion. It's not real. It has to come full spiral, the full circle in order for it to be whole or holistic. That's when it becomes real. That's when the vortex opens up. So you have to go internal and find your own self-worth and self-security. That's Taurus energy, the first earth sign. It's personal. It's on the personal half of the astrological cycle, Taurus. So that means you have to go in, you have to use your own personal self-value and self-worth from within. They have given us, they've turned Taurus, the sign of values, into materialism, so that you gauge your value based on what you possess materially, rather than going internal and defining from the path you're on, the value of the path that you're on, and not letting anyone move you to the left or the right of that path. Those who would move you off that path are your distractors. And those that harmonize or roll with you, those are the ones you harmonize with. That's Taurus, the personal earth element, where you have to define within you your own self-worth and self-value. That is what Cinderella had to do. She had to redeem her own self-value and self-worth from within. And once she did that, then that's how you will send that energy external. And that's how you will bring it back through the air and the fire externally, the masculine, as spiritual power, to the same magnitude that you're secure from within, is to the same magnitude you will bring that power back externally from others. That is how Cinderella, when she stood up and fought against the stepsisters and the stepmama and redeemed her value, she was daughter character. That is how she attracted the prince. But she didn't care about the prince because he was the prince. She's looking for a man of character. She was appalled at the prince. He was arrogant, full of himself. So the negative polarity is the feminine polarity. That means backing up, the negative polarity. So she backs away. And he's like, what? You're not pushing all up on me? You're backing away from me? That intrigues him because he's looking for something of value. His mama, the queen, is too smothering. His father, the king, is too strict. The Aries stepsister, because we're dealing with the cardinal cross, the Aries stepsister is too aggressive. The Libra stepsister is the ice princess. She's the pretty one. No one can please her. And then you have the stepmama, Cancer, in opposition to Cinderella. So he's looking for something to value. And the only one who stayed true to her value is Cinderella. So he's intrigued with her. Out of all the women in the kingdom that are pushing up on him, he is bored with that. And this is how he then chooses her. And when he does, the king and the queen, they say, oh, no, 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 you can't marry her. She's a servant girl. You have to marry a princess. You can't marry a servant girl. And see, this is where he has to defy the king and the queen, the kingdom. And this is him unplugging from the kingdom, or unplugging from the matrix, or unplugging from the illusion. And makes his claim on her anyway. And once he does that, then the message comes through that she is a princess. However, she's from the hidden kingdom. She's from the kingdom of the dark. They're in the kingdom of the light, and she's from the kingdom of the dark, the hidden kingdom, the internal. So once that's exposed, she is a princess, but only after he unplugs from the ego, the illusion. That's the same in the movie The Matrix with Trinity and Neo. When she resurrects him, the women are the resurrectors, the men are the redeemers. But the women have to first resurrect them out of the ego because they can't come out of the matrix in ego. So she has to resurrect him as the high priestess by setting standards and challenge him to rise to meet those standards, to claim the love of the high priestess. That's his resurrection, which releases him from the matrix. And then he's in a position, only then is he in a position to redeem or restore her to her value as high priestess, you see. So Trinity resurrects him. She kisses him externally and tells him, you have to be the one, because the oracle told me I was going to fall in love with the one, and I'm in love with you. That makes you the one, so get your butt up. And that's how he resurrects from the dead, which really is the illusion of power through the ego. He doubted because he was trying to identify his power through his ego. That's why when they took him to the oracle, and she said, no, you're not the one. I don't know what you're waiting on, your next life or whatever. And then she points to the sign above the door that says, know thyself, the Aquarian age. I know. You have to know who you are in order to become who you are. You have to know you're the one in order to become the one. And then he brings her back to life in the second movie, The Matrix. Those are the only two that are legitimate to me, the first and the second. And then he brings her back to life. He goes internal. And first he removes the impurity. He removes the bullet. And then he massages her heart, brings her back to heart. He goes back to life. He goes internal. And the first thing she says when she opens her eyes, oh, well, now we're even, which means now we're equal. Now we come together as one. And they're telepathically connected. She's the internal. She's in the background, giving him guidance through her wisdom. And he moves out and exposes the power as the sun, guided by her wisdom. That's also the Leo and the Virgo. But the highest connection, your first earth and fire, because earth represents the daughter and fire represents the sun. And that we get that first combination between Aries and Taurus. Then we get that second combination between Leo and Virgo. But we get the highest and the final combination between Sagittarius and Capricorn, the high priestess and the ultimate son of power, Asar. Remember, he was the one cut into the 14 pieces, 14 cycles of time by Father Spirit, righteous Father Spirit, who deals with a righteous mindset, a collective righteous mindset. That is Father Spirit's highest role. So he cuts the ultimate son of power so that he will not abuse that power until he learns how to use that power righteously. Well, that is what Asar is doing at this time. He's stepping up in the righteousness of how to use that power, and that is how he becomes equal, as the high priestess Capricorn is now being crowned as the princess or the high priestess. So the two becomes equal at the winter solstice. The ultimate son of power now equal to the high priestess or the princess. That is the highest combination. And the opposite of Capricorn is Cancer, the mama, Kali Ma, the water, the cardinal, the queen. And the opposite of Sagittarius is Gemini, The air element representing the king or representing the father. We got the father and the mama at the bottom level. And now we got the daughter and the son at the highest level. Now, that reminds me of when I first moved to Greensboro, North Carolina from Atlanta. And I moved to Greensboro on March 11th, 2004. And when I moved, I got a Penske truck, and I hitched my car to the back of that, and I drove up to North Carolina to my girlfriend's home, Jennifer, Gemini. And so we went out to the truck to get some of my belongings to spend the first night in her home. And as we went out to the truck, up in the sky, up in the universe, were 4 balls of light. And the light, it wasn't shining up from the ground. It's like something was shining it down from the universe. You see these 4 big balls of light, and they were spinning. All 4 of the balls of light were spinning. And then they would come together and they would shoot apart. They would come together and they would shoot apart. And then we saw, and she said, look, it's following us. And we saw this cloud, and it was shaped like a ship, and you could see a light blinking from it. And I'm like, oh, wow, they're welcoming me here to Greensboro. And I waved, and the light blinked back. And all along, these balls were spinning, and they were coming together, and they were shooting apart. So we went into the house, we went into her apartment, and I had I got this notebook that I had been, writing things in Atlanta, spiritual messages I had been getting. And in one of these messages, there was a picture of these balls of lights, but they were together. I had drew them together. And of course, it was the 4 elements, the water, the earth, the air, and the fire, the 4 royal family members through the elements. And this is how Spirit explained it to me in comparison to the 4 balls of light. It said, the Father becomes the Son, and the Son becomes the Father. The mother becomes the daughter, and the daughter becomes the mother, or the mama. Mother is aberrant use of the word mama. Mother means to smother. Put an S in front of mother. The water smothers the fire or the power of the sun. So it's mama at the higher vibration. We're talking mama. So it says so that's how he explained it to me, why they were coming together and shooting apart. And when I come to this, where the Sagittarius and Capricorn, and their opposites, Gemini and Cancer. So that is how I see, as this thing comes together, we're being energized spiritually through the highest sun and the highest daughter, Sagittarius and Capricorn. But however, on the physical level, we'll be dealing with the father and the mama through Gemini and Cancer at the physical level. So full balance. But in the middle of all of that, this is where we get the brother and the sister, because at the highest level, we have the son and the daughter. At the bottom level, we have the father and the mama. Now, the winter solstice, the son and the daughter, and the father and the mama represents the vertical axis of that cross. So that represents like the solstice, the winter solstice, the summer solstice. Cancer and Capricorn. The winter solstice, the summer solstice represents the bottom and the top, the father and the mama, and the son and the daughter at the top and at the bottom. But in the middle, and this is how Spirit explained it to me, it used the father and the mama. It said the father, the air element, air dissects pieces of information for understanding. So the air element is where that's the mind that deals with how we think and dissecting. Father brings information or the knowing or the knowledge to the table, but it takes the mama to serve it up, you see. So he deals with the air element. He deals with dissecting information for understanding, pieces of information for knowing, to come together for the highest knowing. Mama represents Mama Universe, the water element. So the way it was explained to me at the solstice, it says the father has to come up and the mama has to come down in her omniscience. And when they're equal, that represents the equinox. Now we get the brother and the sister. The equinox, we get Mars and Venus, or Aries and Libra. At the equinox, that is when they're equal, and that's when creation occurs. That's when you get the balance between those two halves. That 180 degrees on one half is now in balance with 180 degrees on the opposite half, or the highest and the lowest become equal. And the equinox represents the brother and the sister, the yin and the yang. Those are the twin souls. The yin and the yang becomes equal, and that's when creation occurs. The two halves becoming equal. The equinox. That is when, we get that full balance from the bottom to the top, and all is equal, the equinox, and that's when creation, two halves make a whole. That is the formula of creation. Wherever you can balance opposites in any form equally is how you open up a vortex. You complete that 360-degree spiral. And that is how you open up a vortex and have access to the higher vibration of the universe. This is the full operation that is going on right now. The only cross that I haven't explained, the cardinal cross, Aries, Libra, Cancer, Capricorn. The fixed cross, Taurus, Scorpio, Leo, Aquarius. The final cross is the mutable cross. And that is Gemini opposite Sagittarius and Virgo opposite Pisces. Now we have the mutable cross, the 3 cross levels. That's the highest operation that we have to tap into. And the mutable cross, where the cardinal cross activates and initiates a higher royal level of energy, and the fixed cross sets that into motion. It's the mutable cross that will adapt this whole new rotation of energy to a whole new level in the universe. That is what the mutable cross will do. Remember, I talked about the 3. That's the magical number. 3rd time the charm. Spiritual magic. 3rd time the charm. So we got Gemini, 3rd sign of the zodiac. Mercury is its planetary ruler. Mercury is the magician of the planets. It's the messenger of the 3 realms. It brings messages from the soul realm mama's domain. It brings messages from the spiritual domain of the spiritual realm, father's domain. And then we are the physical vessels who can channel from those realms and manifest and materialize that energy. And remember, the earth element is the healing element. So healing the wounds that have been spiritually passed down through generations. Our ancestral wounding. This is the generation before evolution. There's usually one or two in each family that's playing that Joseph role, the one with the multicolored coat, who is now the one in the family, or the two in the family that is still have a connection to the highest vibration of the universe, and can now channel that energy, not only from the spiritual realm, and the spiritual realm are your spiritual ancestors. They are the ones who made their transition in this lifetime, the ones that you know that are on the front line, channeling energy to you to fulfill and manifest that energy at the physical level. You are the vessel that will channel from your spiritual ancestors. But not only can you channel from your spiritual ancestors, you can also channel from your soul ancestors, which is your ancient ancestors, mama's domain. So we are the vessels. We bring those components together. We bring all of that. And to ground level, we're on ground zero. We are the vessels to bring that energy and manifest it so that it can balance from the physical to the cosmic level. And all this is coming together and being fulfilled in 9 days. Is when that gateway will open for the fulfillment of the full royal family of energy. We are family oriented. We have to deal as a family. The cosmic family needs to come into balance with the physical family, completing the balance on all levels. That's the key to everything in the universe, is balance. And we are the vessels to do that balance. And through those 3 cross levels, so we have Gemini, 3rd sign of the zodiac, Mercury, the messenger, the one that channels. Wherever your Gemini is at, like I have a Gemini moon. That's why I channel Big Mama, the water, the moon. She comes through. Sometimes I have to rein her in because she is so ferocious, about protecting her family, her ancient, universal, melanated family. That's what Big Mama cares about. And so she is the one that will, the water, doing all of connecting to the whole family, all 4 components. Like I said, like the 4 pistons in an engine. All 4 has to be harmonizing in order to generate the power. If you leave one out, you get a misfire. If one's not equal, you get a misfire. They all have to be harmonizing at their highest in order to harmonize with each other and generate the power. Those 4 components. So Gemini, 3rd sign, Virgo, the 6th sign. We're dealing with those 3s. Sagittarius, the 9th sign. Now, going back to Virgo, Virgo is where we're cleansed and purged of false values. The last sign in the physical half. So it cleanses us and purges us of false values. Anytime you're dealing with earth, you're dealing with values, of false values. And Virgo Very unique because it deals with both the air and the earth, because its planetary ruler is also Mercury, and that's an air planet. So Virgo, we're dealing with both the earth and the air. So we're dealing with the sensitivity as well as, spiritual information. That's why we call Virgos the neurotics of the zodiac. They're the perfectionists of the zodiac. They're the ones that deals with each detail. And that is why they're so meticulous with details, because they can leave no stone unturned as they hunt out all impurities to cleanse and purge us of those impurities for our healing and our wisdom. That is Virgo's role. That's the harvest sign too. That's where you're reaping the harvest. Virgo, you see. The sixth sign of the zodiac deals with our healing when it comes to our wisdom, as it cleanses us and purifies us of false values, being the last sign in the physical half of that astrological cycle. As we can then move up into the spiritual through Libra, where we can now get into a partnership with our own spirit. That's how we come to our individual Christhood, having been cleansed and purified of false values. And now we can get into a partnership with our own spirit and come to our individual Christhood. And like I said, this is where your mate also comes into balance with their spirit through Libra. And only then can you two come together as twin souls. Then as you come together as twin souls, the next energy is Scorpio. That's the energy of bonding. You bond through Scorpio. And it's water, so we're talking emotional bonding. And that's what activates the transformation. Scorpio is the sign of transformation. The death of the old for a rebirth of the new at a higher level. So when the twin souls bonds in Scorpio, the intensity of that bonding is what activates this transformation. And that's what the Mayans call the great crossover, the celestial ship of the north. Talking about Bobby Hammett, because that is who introduced me to this book, The Celestial Ship of the North. Now, you can't see that very clearly, and I get a lot of clients sometimes asking me about referring a book to them, and I say, get that one. It's a double edition, and you got everything you need to know right there in that one book. The way Bobby explained it is E. Valencia Stratton. That's who wrote the book, and she was a Rosicrucian. And when she wrote the book, she put too much information in it, and they kicked her out because she exposed too much. That's how Bobby explained that book. But right now, we're actually past the book stage, because at this point, we know everything we need to know. Remember, the masculine, the air, the fire, the external, brings the information to the table. But mama serves it up. So right now, we know everything we need to know right now. The Aquarian age, the last air sign, the highest knowing or the highest spiritual knowledge. Now it's time to internalize that knowledge. Go internal and utilize. Capricorn, the sign of I use, is really I utilize. So now it's time to utilize what you know. It's time to step up and use that knowledge. But that's going into the earth and water, the internal. So we've reached the maximum of what we need to really research right now. As a matter of fact, that's causing issues with your spirit, because it can't get a clear signal into you when you're bombarded with all this, knowledge here and there coming from everywhere. Now is the time to internalize what your spirit has already given you and start utilizing. It's time for us to step up to our magic and our powers, you see, rather than continuing to research. You know everything you need to know at this point to step up to your powers. You know all you need to know. So then we get to Sagittarius, the ninth sign of the zodiac. We're still dealing with those threes with that mutable cross. The ninth sign, Sagittarius, a SAR, remember? The ultimate fire, the ultimate sun. And that's what the Mayans say with the crossover. Scorpio, in its transformation, crosses you over to what the Mayans call the great creative place. They're speaking of Sagittarius, the ultimate power, the ultimate fire, Jupiter, where we all gain blessings through Jupiter. But Sagittarius is a very optimistic energy. And you have to be optimistic to tap into it, to receive those blessings. You can't be vibrating at a low level. That is when you become vulnerable to attack. They can't come up there to mess with us. They have to pull us down to their level to make us vulnerable to their attack. And they do that through your doubts, your fears. Fears is a big one. And guilt. That great big bad wolf, the intimidator, the system of illusion, who has to intimidate you into believing it has power over you, but its power is not real. So it has to intimidate you into believing it's real. You see, your power is internal. It's not outside of you. Your house of straws is made up of your doubts, your fears, and your guilts. And the big bad wolf can huff and puff and blow that house down. Your house of twigs is made up of your insecurities. And the big bad wolf can huff and puff and blow that house down. Your house of bricks is when you're fully secure from within. When you're fully secure from the internal. That is your house of bricks. So optimistic. Okay? Because if you're thinking, we energize through our thoughts. If you're thinking pessimistic, you're going to energize pessimistic now more than ever. And if you're thinking optimistic, you're going to energize optimistic. So right now we come under the auspices of the higher deities, or we come under the auspices of the lower entities. If you're not regenerating, you're automatically degenerating. The ultimate degenerate father, the father of illusion, and is the great degenerator, where Big Mama is the great regenerator. Anytime we're dealing with the water, and that is Scorpio or Pluto. Pluto is the regenerator. Mama lets the masculine build up their world of order. She lays dormant, and then at some point she'll wake up and throw it all into chaos. And that's where we're at. When this world of order has become too stagnated and too corrupted. And every system in this illusion has now become corrupted. Every last one of the systems are corrupted. And the medical system was the first system corrupted. It had to be the first to pull off what's being pulled off now in the world. So they'll gladly tell you to go check with your doctor because your doctor is already part of this illusion of corruption because they have to work for a hospital and the hospitals are the first on board. But all of them have been corrupted. The medical, the educational, the entertainment, the political, every system you name has been corrupted. But that is how spirit works. We are the vessels, the individual vessels on ground level. And we are the ones that can channel the energy. It's our responsibility. Capricorn is the sign of responsibility. It's our responsibility, and it's the responsibility to the community because it sits in the 10th house of the whole. So we have a responsibility to channel that energy in order for the spiritual energy to come in and balance out and correct the situation. However, the spirit will not fix it at a personal level. That's why we are the personal lambs. We are the ones who take the hit. We are the sacrificial lamb because we take the hit on a personal level to activate the spiritual justice, but it's going to fix the problem at a level of the system. It's going to fix the system that contribute to your personal problem. So the systems have all become corrupt. And it's surpassed a global level. And because it's surpassed a global level, it's now reached a planetary level. And that is how we bring Big Mama to the forefront, because that is her responsibility. Mama Universe deals on a planetary level, and the corruption has now reached a planetary level. Daughter Earth, daughter character. And that is where Big Mama will step up. Remember, the energy of Mama means I will take care of your needs beyond your capability. That is what Mama means. When we were babies in the physical, we had a physical mama who took care of our physical needs beyond our capability. We didn't have to lay up in a crib and figure out how to eat or change our diapers. We had a mama who knew what we needed even before we knew what we had a need for. And that had to seem magical as babies, physical babies. And now we're spiritual babies. Now we're stepping into the cosmic realm, spiritual babies. And now we have a cosmic mama who's there to take care of our needs beyond our capability. So where the corruption has reached the level beyond global, now Big Mama comes to rescue Daughter Earth. Remember, it's Daughter Earth. And we are her vessels that she will use. The vessels to bring that energy. So so that's the Sagittarius, the 9th sign, third time the charm, where we step into our ultimate power, Jupiter, blessings. Then we get to Pisces, the 12th sign. And that is the entrance into the soul realm. That's the energy of the subconscious. The entrance into your Akashic records, your ancient memory. Pisces. Pisces can be in a room full of people and go into their own little beautiful world. They are the beautiful people. And when the world gets too ugly, they can escape. They're the sign of escapism. They escape into their own beautiful world. They can be in a room full of people and go to their own world by themselves. The subconscious. That's where our true powers come from, the subconscious, not the conscious mind. It's the subconscious. So that is where we get to Pisces, the 12th sign. I call her the fairy godmama of the Cinderella story. Capricorn represents Cinderella. That is why Cinderella had to be home at 12 o'clock, because Pisces is the 12th sign of the zodiac. You see, that's the magic that Pisces brought to Cinderella. So it's time to step up to our magic, our resource, the source. This is who they were calling the source in the movie The Matrix. The source. So she is the one who will take care of our needs beyond our capability. And if all the systems of the world has become corrupt, it's beyond our capability. It's beyond us on a personal level. Now it goes up into mama's hands. That's her domain. She deals with the family. That's her energy, the family. And that is where she will then step up and identify those who are vibrating at the level. Just because you have the melanin doesn't make you a royal being, because you have to lift your vibration to the level to activate the melanin. There's more black peasants than there are black royalty. So you have to lift your vibration to the level to activate the melanin in order for it to be vibrant. Energy, everything vibrates. Everything vibrates. Your table vibrates. But the more slow it vibrates, the more solid it is. The more vibrant it is, the more etheric it is. So from one end to the opposite end. So we have to tap into the highest vibration. They even expose this in the movie The Matrix. I think that's one of the best movies to demonstrate a lot of these qualities, because they demonstrated this with the Nebuchadnezzar. And remember, when it was sitting still, they were vulnerable. They would be attacked. They had to turn that vibration up. They had to hit that button, be in movement. They had to open up that vibrant vibration in order to repel the attack. So the higher you go up, the faster your vibration, and the more you are protected, the less they can have access to you. So they have to pull you down to their level in order to make you vulnerable to attack, you see, through doubts, fears, and guilt. And they're really using the fears right now. The fears override logic and reason. It overrides common sense. Because if you were to look at what they're pulling off, I'm scratching my head. I'm like, people are really buying into this. They're really believing this because they're fearful. And what you're dealing with is it's somewhere between a cold and a flu. I don't steer you wrong here. It's the ultimate fear that has captivated the world. Like I said, I'll be turning 70 years young in exactly 1 month, and I'm supposed to be in the most vulnerable age group, and I refuse to wear a mask. And there was a time when I would be the only one in the store. And it was so bizarre. It's like being in a room full of drunk people as the only sober one. Because I refuse to give in to a fear that doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me at all. Let's shut down the small businesses, the gyms, the schools, but we'll leave the big stores open. Walmart, all these places. It's not going to attack you there. It's only going to attack you when you're in these places that we deem non-essential. Does that make sense to you? Really? Come on. And what would a mask do anyway if that was the truth? What would a mask do but restrict your own, breathing your carbon monoxide, making you sick? It doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, I'm like Judge Judy, it's a lie. There's a lie involved. And now I've seen examples where the richest people are coming together and partying and doing their thing and not wearing a mask, but the help is wearing a mask. The people around them that's serving them is wearing masks, but they are not. Oh, this makes sense. This makes sense. So we got a virus that's selective. Okay, so fears. My spirit, when I was living in Atlanta, Georgia, over 20 years ago, the spirit gave me a dream, and all night long in that dream, all I heard was a voice saying over and over again, fear nothing. Fear nothing. Fear nothing. And that's what prepped me for today. Because you're not going to manipulate me through fears that doesn't hold water for me, knowing full well also that I'm protected and that I have my loved ones protected. We have that power, Those of us that are on ground level, that are having issues with our family, we are to prove that we are unconditional in our love for our family, because now we are the ones who have the responsibility of putting out protection for our loved ones. We have to cleanse them, purge them of false values, not through your physical hands. We've surpassed doing things through the physical. Now we have spiritual power. And if you can't talk to your loved ones, then send your spirit to talk to their spirit and let their spirit give them the information. That's the power you have now, you see. Start testing your powers. Start proving it, because you have to be the one most convinced of these powers. And that's the first way you prove your power, by putting out protection for your loved ones. You cleanse them in their energy. You cleanse their energy. Then you heal them. I use a green light to heal. Once I cleanse them of impurities by pulling, you operate spiritually through your imagination. So just imagine pulling that energy out of their bodies, pulling all that energy out of their body, and then imagine, once you pull that energy, imagine filling them up with this green light. That's healing. Filling them with the green light. And then once you fill them with the green light, then cover them with a red one for their protection. But you got to know This is the Aquarian age. You have to know you have that power in order for it to work. If you have any doubts, fears, or guilts about it, not going to work for you. You have to know your power in order to activate it. So once you do that, then you don't have to look over your shoulders and worry about your loved ones. Now you can focus on higher and higher purposes that you came here to serve. So that's your first rule of action as you've been ordained as a royal being. And that is how you get your first proof of the power you have to do that. So Pisces is the sign of compassion, the ultimate water. So ultimate compassion. That is what you do. You show compassion for your loved ones. Don't worry about what they did to you. You agreed to that. You agreed because you knew when you were an energy being that that's how energy had to unfold through that negative and positive polarity. So you had to have, the cooperation from your loved ones to play that role. So that is why you have to love them unconditionally. That don't mean you just take anything from them. It just means that you don't sit in judgment of them. You don't look down your nose in judgment. You take your position as an opportunity to defend them, to heal them, to protect them. We have different levels of dimension. And this is what I mean by superseding time. Time is not what makes the difference. It's the levels that we're ascending to. It's a simultaneous operation going on here, from the highest to the lowest level, and bringing balance between the levels. That's not a matter of time. That's a matter of levels. And there's a multitude of levels. You have individual levels, and there's levels lower than that, but individual levels. And then you have the couple level, you have a family level, you have a community level, you have going all the way up nation, going all the way up to, like I said, global, and then earthly level, planetary, and universal, going all the way up. There's so many different levels that we're dealing with, level on top of level on top of level. So it's a matter of the levels that you tap into. It's what level you can tap into that matters. Everybody can tap into spirit. It's a matter of what level. And you have all kind of spirits in the fourth. You have to get beyond the fifth before you're tapping into the higher spiritual levels. We supersede time. That's Saturn's domain, the planetary father. That is Father Time. There is no time outside of the orbit of Saturn. Father Time, Cronus, chronological. And that's only for our benefit of learning. Saturn is the great character builder. He's the one that builds character. He's got a bad name because he is the one that will limit, restrict, and chastise us the minute we abuse our integrity. He will test us and teach us. You do right, you stay true to your integrity, you stay true to the character, and you will be blessed. If you don't, then you will be chastised. And that will continue to happen until you learn Saturn's lesson. But he is the illusion of time. We're operating from a multitude of levels, and this may help things make more sense as you try to understand spiritual energy. And like I said, your spiritual loved ones are your spiritual ancestors are your loved ones who have made their transition in this lifetime. And they're the ones on the front line on the spiritual level. And then you also have your soul ancestors, and all you have to do as the vessel, you say, okay, I want to play the finest music ever played. Which one of my ancestors, ancient or spiritual, soul or spiritual ancestors, have mastered in the technique of music? Channel that energy to me. Let me manifest it and materialize it at ground level, at the physical level. That's how we're stepping up to the rulership, by channeling from our spiritual ancestors, our ancient ancestors, to channel their creative powers to us as that vessel. The different levels, we have Aries, where you come into the fullness of your creative powers, the 360 degrees of your personal powers. You get that individually through Aries. And then the second level, we're dealing with the Taurus vibration, the value of balance. Whenever we're dealing with the twos, we're dealing with the balance, and Taurus is the sign of values. So that's the level where we deal with the value of balance. And then the third level, Gemini, that's where the yin and the yang opens up its magic. The fourth level, the Cancer, that is the soul and spirit ancestry. When we're dealing with Cancer, we're dealing with our ancestry. That's the sign of the ancestors, Cancer. And in your fourth house of your chart, or your moon, the fourth house in Cancer energy, you're dealing with ancestral energy. Ancestors. That's how you connect. That's how your ancestors speak to you internally through your feelings and guide you. Number 4, the pistons have been activated. Remember those 4 pistons? That's the number of completion. The number 4, that's the level of completion, where those 4 pistons are now firing. The 4 directions, the 4 elements, the 4 legs of a table, the 4 legs of a chair. Try having a chair and a table without the 4 legs. So it's the number of completion when you have all 4 components involved. That's another level. And then we do, of course, the 5th sign, Leo, the resurrection of the physical creative kingdom. The resurrection of the physical creative kingdom. Remember, we talked about Leo and Virgo, superseding the ego and opening the heart to the value of the one of wisdom. So the physical creative kingdom, power, the physical creative powers, where we get our practice on how to supersede that ego. Leo is the sign of the ego. We have to supersede the ego and open the heart, which is also Leo energy, to the value of the one of wisdom, which is Virgo. That's the next level, the 6th level, purified healing, the physical harvest, purified healing, the now healed vessels, now able to step up and access the spiritual domain and our energy vibration. So that's the first six. That's the first six halves and energy levels. Then we get a spiritual reflection, completing the cycle. Libra, seventh sign, ascension into partnership, a physical and spiritual partnership. Getting into balance with your spirit, getting into balance with your mate who is also in balance with their spirit, which then moves us to Scorpio, bonding and transformation. That's where the twin souls come together in Scorpio, because that's where you bond, activating the transformation. And then Sagittarius, expansion and an abundance of collective power. Sagittarius represents collective powers as the twin souls all bond with one another as Harus. That is how we then step up into the fulfillment of our collective power, our collective empowerment as a SAR. And then the 10th sign, Capricorn, the princess of character, redeemed and crowned at the winter solstice, December 21st. The 11th sign, Aquarius, a humanitarian order of rulership. A humanitarian order of rulership. And then the 12th sign, subconsciously compassionate, where it all comes together. As we have been in the time of illusion, we have been in a time of illusion. It's not real. What's real is what's within. And as we come together and bond collectively, then that is how we make our contribution to the fulfillment of this universal collective purpose. And the qualities that we are judged by as we step up as the new rulers for the new Aquarian age. It says quality versus compromised. Quality versus compromised. Being compromised. Excuse me. Remember, in the movie The Matrix, they said, if you're not unplugged, you're potentially an agent. There was also a scene where Neo was fighting. This was in the second movie. And he was fighting a group of agents that were multiplying themselves. And you see a little old lady walking down the street with a basket of groceries, and all of a sudden she starts vibrating. She turns into an agent and joins the fight against Neo. So how they do this is you have to be compromised. That means you are attached to some value you feel you have to gain from this illusionary reality, that you will do whatever it takes to gain those values. You see, you'll compromise yourself in order to gain those values. If you're not unplugged, you're potentially an agent. If you're attached to this material world, Mama Bird is trying to push the baby birds out of the proverbial material nest so they can find out they are liberated. They can fly. They no longer have the yoke of materialism keeping them grounded in this physical illusion. Scorpio, again, that's the sign of transformation, You see three images of Scorpio. You see them as the scorpion. You will see them as the, what's that second level? Now, I just had it in my head. The scorpion, I know the highest is the ego. The ego. And that is supposed to be your liberation from the yoke of materialism. Mama bird trying to push the baby birds out of that proverbial material nest so they can find out they are liberated. They no longer have that yoke of materialism keeping them grounded. It's only an illusion of power. It's only the power they use to manipulate us, to keep us working, you see, to keep us slaves to the system. And so we have to liberate ourselves by stepping up to our highest, tapping into our highest, not being willing to compromise, not compromising ourselves to gain material values so that you can't be trusted, that you will give it up. And that's how they're manipulating most of us now, is through material gain. But even the Bible tells you they'll be throwing the money in the streets in the last days because it has no value. It only has an illusion of value. It's not real. And the way things are going now, it's fast falling in value. Your power is spiritual. But you have to liberate yourselves from, you can't serve two masters. You have to decide, is my power going to be material or is my power going to be spiritual? And we're definitely at that crossroads now. Like I said, if you're not regenerating, you're automatically degenerating. And the other quality of judgment is character versus degeneration. Character versus degeneration. Either you're going to operate under the character, daughter character, the spirit of character. Energy unfolds from mama to son and from father to daughter. That is a negative and positive, and then a positive and negative polarity. There has to be a dual balance of opposites in order to create the whole, or holistic. And looking at the universal family, that would be from mama to son, or the water and the fire, and then the father and the daughter, or the air and the earth. And the mama and the son represents the physical half, and the father and the daughter represents the spiritual half. That is how they wounded us as the royal family. The mother, like I said, you put an S in front of mother, and she's water, and she smothers the fire, or the power of the sun. The mother smothers the power of the sun. Too much water, keeping him in his ego, stroking his ego. Doing the Willie Lynch, they cut off the father, the protector, so the mother would smother the fire or the power of the sun, so he wouldn't grow into the father and be killed as well. So she would smother his power and keep him a little boy in his ego. That is how the mother smothers. Or, like I said, if you put an S in front of mother, or you can take away the M from mother and add A-N-Y. So M-A-N-Y. And put it with other, many other water who smothers the fire or the power of the sun. So many others, or the mother smothers, keeping her son, a little boy, through his ego. That is how, they did us during Willie Lynch. And see, opposites will respond simultaneous. So if the mother smothers the power of the son, automatically the father abandons the value of the daughter. So the mother will smother the power of the son, and in the spiritual, the father abandons the value of the daughter. That is how they wounded our energy, reversed our energy out of the royal spiral or cycle. So now we're being healed. We've been healed. They said unless something phenomenal turns it around. Well, we had those phenomenals. On August the 11th, 1999, all the planets were sitting in a fixed cross in the universe, the cross of crucifixion, the four fixed signs of the zodiac. That's why I call them the four horses of the apocalypse, because this is where, when all the planets were sitting in those four fixed signs of the zodiac, Taurus opposite Scorpio, Leo opposite Aquarius, it was indicating it was time for a reversal. And remember, wherever the sun is at is where the focus. So on August the 11th, it was through Leo, rulership, reversing the power of rulership out of the physical, mundane, illusionary, material power to a spiritual, creative, and royal empowerment. That's what that cross was indicating. It was time to reverse rulership. And every time the sun went into one of those fixed signs, we saw a teardown of that material kingdom, indicated by the element of that sign. So it started in Leo, the fixed fire. So we saw a teardown of this material kingdom through the fire element. Then the next fixed sign it went into was Scorpio. So we saw water tearing down the material kingdom. And then it went into Aquarius. So we saw air tearing down the material kingdom. And then the final fixed sign was Taurus, where we saw earth tearing down the material kingdom. And after 4 years or 4 rotations, then we come to November the 8th. Now notice, we had August the 11th, 8/11. Then we get November the 8th, 11/8. And there we get, and this was 2003. And there we get the Star of David. And the Star of David was telling us how we had been wounded as a royal family and how these wounds are now being healed. In the first level, we had the father and the mama, Saturn in Cancer energy, and the moon in Taurus energy. There was a full lunar eclipse on that day, November the 8th, 2003. And then the father, Cancer is the sign of unconditional love. So in his wounding, Saturn in Cancer, the father, became conditional in his love for the family and cut off his love for the family. That's what the air does. And we always equate the father with the air element, even though it was in Cancer energy. So he cut off his love from the family and became conditional, or his love was cut off. This caused the mama, the moon, the sign of value in Taurus, to become compromised in her values. It's where she became the slave master's mistress. She got her material values and became compromised in her value. which sent the energy vibration to the second level, where we have the brother and the sister in this six-pointed star. Remember the Star of David? It was sitting on its side. So you saw the three levels. And on the second level, where the mother had become compromised, she passed the energy up to the sister. And that was Jupiter in Virgo. Jupiter is the sign of materialism. So the sister became, in her wounding, materialistic in her value. That is how she became wounded, becoming materialistic in her value. And then opposite her, the brother was Mars in Pisces. The brother. And Pisces, like I said, is a sign of escapism. So he went into fantasy land. He went into drugs, alcohol. He didn't stay true and defend his sister. His sister didn't stay true to her brother. Then they sent that energy up to the third level of the six-pointed star. Of course, on November the 8th, the sun was in Scorpio. Sun Scorpio. Scorpio at its lowest vibration is controlling, emotional, abusive and controlling, because he doesn't trust the mama. The mama has become compromised in her value. So not trusting the mama, he's become controlling and abusive to the daughter. And the daughter is represented as Chiron. Chiron is the wounded healer, where you've been wounded in your childhood subconsciously, and you issue those energy vibrations out from that childhood wounding subconsciously. And you have to heal from those wounds in order to be used as a tool to heal others who experiences those same type of wounds. So Chiron was in Capricorn as the daughter, the only one that was not compromised in her value. But the sun had become controlling and abusive to her. She has been rejected in her value because she stayed true to her character. So that is how we were wounded. And so that's when I asked my spirit, why the Star of David? And that's when it took me to the David and Goliath story. How did David slay Goliath, the giant? And remember, David was a young boy, because all the men tried to kill Goliath, but they couldn't do it. And when David stepped up as the young boy, they all laughed at him, but that's symbolic of the son versus the father. So the son, David, is Scorpio energy. And Scorpio, like I said, becoming controlling and abusive to the daughter, because he doesn't trust the mama, who's compromised in her value. And he slayed Goliath with a slingshot, the stone. And the stone is represented as Taurus energy, the first earth sign. So this represents the mama being healed in her value. And since there was a full lunar eclipse on that day, it represented the slingshot as she passes the stone of value to the sun, Scorpio, which is the opposite sign of Taurus. The mama passes the stone of value to the sun. That activates his emotional transformation. He resurrects into Father Spirit, righteous Father Spirit, who then redeems the value of daughter earth or daughter character. So that is how they explained it to me. The polar opposite energy of black woman is white man. And we're talking energy here. So that's what the wounds of Willie Lynch were meant to do, keep the black woman down in her energy so the white man can stay on top. So how do you take him down? You simply lift her up. He automatically goes down. So when you redeem the value of daughter earth, daughter character, and lift her up, that is how David slays Goliath or the giant lie. Okay? That's what's occurring right now in this whole process. Before fulfillment, that's a SAR stepping up to his full powers, having proved that he will now not use that power egotistically and use it righteously, and redeems daughter character as he resurrects into Father Spirit, righteous Father Spirit, and redeems daughter character and lifts her up. That is how she is being crowned at the winter solstice as the princess, and completes us as a star system. And now she can go into marriage or partnership or union with Anubis of the Sirius star system, which is our ancient power. That's how we balance star systems. That's how this energy will reverberate throughout the cosmos. That's what we're looking at right now. That's what we're looking at. That takes me through the full gamut of my material. There are a few things I do want to mention, though, before I turn it over to questions and answers. Number one, I want to acknowledge I have what I call my best friend, and she is a Sagittarius, and she is what I call a spiritual wizard. That's what I would call her, a spiritual wizard, because there's no component of spiritual energy that she hasn't mastered, very creative. I remember when I gave her first reading, it's the first time Big Mama came through me in her reading. And she had had a car accident, and she was very concerned about taking care of her family. And next thing I know, I'm standing up out of my chair screaming at her, "How dare you worry about your family? As creative as you are one of mine. And I am the master of families. So why would you worry about your family?" This is what I'm screaming at her. At the top of my lungs, I'm standing up out of my chair. And I end up saying, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Erica. That wasn't me. And she said, but it's what I needed to hear. Because she is a creative master. I can't think of one area that she's not creative at. When it comes to crystals, it comes to herbs, it comes to spiritual knowledge. I mean, she's my spiritual, she's my ritual. I go to her if I want to do a ritual, because I told her she need to put together ritual baskets, because she knows what ingredients to use for what purpose you're trying to activate spiritually. She was the one, my good friend Alexis K. Tyler. When my son passed away in 2013, he went to visit Alexis in spirit. And when it was time for him to cross over, he told her his mama had to do it. And she gave me the process of what it was that I needed to do to cross my son over. But I'm not a person of details, I'm a conceptual person. So I had to call in my friend Erica and let her talk to Alexis about what tools and what we needed to do to cross my son over. And we did a powerful ritual. We had to go to the oldest melanated cemetery. We had to find the oldest grave. We had to take all his best, foods and just all kind of things. And we had to do this crossover. But she was the one that, had to give me the details on how to get this done. And we did get it done, and very powerful. So I'm telling you all this because I'm telling you that there's no area that she isn't knowledgeable about when it comes to working spiritual energy. And she's just recently created this divination board. And she's used every quality, every natural ingredient. I mean, I can't, me and my details, I can't tell you all the ingredients, but she's using the gold, she's using just every crystal, argon, making the argons, all of this. But this divination board has everything on it that you could ever need to use. And this is the kind of things we're going to have to start getting into, you guys. We're going to have to start being able to access, with clarity, spiritual information. And these type of boards are what is going to be instrumental in helping us be able to do that. So I just wanted to put that out there and promote that because, I don't know if I can even show you some of the quality of what she's put out here. I mean, here's what the board looks like. It's, let's see here if I can get a better view here. I mean, it's got all the, it's got maybe on one side, it's got yes and no, where the pendulum can go to yes and no. You see the moon cycles in there as well. And then she'll send you this little case where she also makes the pendulums. She'll make the pendulums out of the crystals. Here's our unicorn. You can exchange those. And there's dice, so you can get numbers if you need to get the numbers. And she made all of this, and she'll make it to the qualification and the specifications, like your birthstones. She'll use that in there if you give her the both birthstones. She and like I said, the argons. And here's another one that she made in the form of a star. And the pyramid, it spins. It'll spin. So please hit her up and start investing in these kind of things, because these are the kind of tools that's going to help us get clarity in our guidance from spirit. And it's very high level. Very high level. I wish she had given me a description so I could give you more details of the materials that she's using. But like I said, her name is Erica, and I'm just going to give out the phone number if anyone's interested. And that is area code 336-457-8765. That's 336-457-8765, a divination board, and she will make it to your specifications, what type of crystals and stones and colors and, birthstones, whatever it is you want in your board, she will make it to specifications for you. Please, invest in that type of, this type of board, because I've never seen one as high level. And the second thing I want to do before I turn it over to question and answers, I want to end it as I started it. And I started it in a dedication to Bobby Hammett. Like I said, his birthday was the 28th of November. Bobby Hammett was the one who gave me my debut, turned me out when it came to the metaphysics. And he's just been coming up a lot in my spirit lately. So I would like to ask, the people here today for us to take a minute of silence as we send a collective vibration to Bobby Hammett. I'm not sure what's going on with him right now. I know he had his stroke about in the same week I lost my son in 2013. It was the same week I lost my son that Bobby Hammett had his stroke. And but he is a master teacher, and he is the one who has helped us as master teachers step up in our mastery. I know we love Bobby Hammett, and I would like for us, to take a minute collectively and send a vibration, of healing and well-being for wherever Bobby is at and whatever is going on, whatever level he's at. Let's boost him to the next level. So if we can start that now, about 60 seconds, send that vibration to him. Okay, I think that's about a minute. I hope this will be our first operation, as collective, when it comes to our brother, and our master teacher, Bobby Hammett. May everything work in his best interest at this time, as he is the one that has prepped us or prepped me, to be where I am, today. So I thank you for participating in that, you see. There's one other I would like to send some energy to, and we can do this individually, but I just want to do an honorable mention to young Pharaoh. I don't know what happened with young Pharaoh, but I know he was also an excellent teacher, especially for the young folks. And I fear there has been, some nefarious operation going on with him because, he's just not, I don't think we have young Pharaoh anymore. So I love young Pharaoh. I really love the information he was putting out. And I'm very concerned about, what may have happened. But let's energize his healing as well. We don't have to do that now collectively, but leave here, with that on your mind and send him some good vibes as well. So at this point, I can turn it over to question and answer.
Okay, thank you so much, Sister MyRah. That was powerful. I know I went
Wonderful.
through a gamut of emotions. I was over here, tearing up and feeling overwhelmed. We
Great.
just thank you so much. I do want to take some time to allow you to take a break before we get into the Q&A, and then I
Okay.
can make some announcements, okay?
Okay. All right.
Okay. All
Be
right.
right back.
All right. Wonderful. Oh my goodness, I'm trying to catch my breath, guys. That was so amazing. So I'm going to go into some announcements as well as what we will be um, going over in the next little bit. Give me 1 second here. Let me pull up this slide. I hope you all were taking some notes. I saw that some people had like 12 pages of notes. Awesome. Again, we have the honor and the privilege to have one of our master teachers here teaching this lesson like only Sister MyRah could. There's no one else on this plane, this planet that could, teach this information the way that she does. Okay. So let's get past here. Okay, and thank you again to the moderators. Thank you, Hood Mystic. Thank you so much, Natea. Thank you so much, Letitia. Thank you so much, Danny, who also is a faculty member at SAU. Thank you for moderating the chat. We appreciate you. Okay, so for the Q&A, Sister MyRah is going to do a brief Q&A as long as her energy allows, okay? We want to be mindful. YouTube tends to pull a lot of energy from people, so we want to be mindful of her energy. If you have a question, please post 3 question marks before so that we can differentiate the question from a statement, okay? The question, she will only answer questions pertaining to the lecture, okay? Please do not post your astrology and ask her, what does this mean? That will be for a private conversation. Only if you have some questions pertaining to the lecture or if you need some clarifications, she will answer those questions. What I will do is I will post your question up on the screen, and therefore she can read it, or I will read it aloud for her. Okay, I do want to mention that this live is sponsored by Zoe Essentials and Spiritual Ascension University. This is something that Sister MyRah I spoke about with regards to her doing this free to the public. I want you guys to understand that. This is something that she's doing from her heart space, okay? She's not charging anything. She wanted this information to get out to as many people as possible. We are ascending to a new level, and it's important that you are prepared. And after listening to today's lecture and after reviewing it, you will have the information to prepare you for that next shift. So thank you, Zoe Essentials. Thank you, the team at Zoe Essentials, also Spiritual Ascension University, and the team that is helping and continuing to help with this. Okay, so Sister MyRah, some of you have asked, how can I get in contact with you? So this is her website, sistermyrah.com. This is her official website. There is another website, but she's no longer active on that one. This is her official website. So on this website, she will do a spiritual card consultation or reading. Super powerful. She literally takes hours to do the reading. She's had these consultations last anywhere from like 3 to 5 hours. So this is something that if you are interested in diving in deeper to where you are spiritually or just have some questions, I would highly recommend this. She also has a spiritual astrology course. Now, this is a course that I personally took. It's about an 8-week course, and she uses your own astrological chart, your own natal chart, to explain astrology to you and then dive deep into who you are. So after about 2 months, you have a full understanding not only of astrology, but who you are, the being that you came here to be, and the work that you came here to do. Now, the thing with this course is that it is limited. She only takes about 2 students every other month. So that's about 12 students a year. So if this is something that you are interested, I highly suggest this course. Again, you go to her website and register for this. She also has payment plans for this as well. And the final thing is that she has her book, A Perfect Reflection. I'm going to come back on the screen real quick just to show you this book. This is her book, A Perfect Reflection, A Holistic View. It is an amazing book. She goes also into the twin flame journey. what that's all about. Just really powerful, packed book. This is something that, even as I was reading it, I was taking notes and really studying this. So this is her book. It's also available on her website, www.sistermyrah.com. Some of you have been asking in the chat, how can I send money to Sister MyRah? How can I donate? Well, Sister MyRah does have a Cash App. Okay, this is her Cash App on the screen, $MyRah, MYRA, Moss, MOSS 813. Okay, when you type that in, you should see this name, how it looks on the screen, MyRah, MOSD. If not, that's someone else. So be very careful with sending your donations to Sister MyRah. Again, this is welcome. Anyone that donated on YouTube, if you did a super chat, etc., these funds will also go to Sister MyRah's work as well. And thank you so much for all that have donated on YouTube, those who also have sent her Cash Apps. If you are interested in receiving the link to this video, go to thespiritdoula.com. That is my website. You'll see a pop-up like this, or you'll see something in the corner that says join the list. I will be sending the link out to this video. Sister MyRah touched on some very, specific things, and we know how YouTube algorithms go. So I will have the link and I will send it out to you in the event that anything goes wrong. This way you can go back and study it, okay? This was not something that we did for entertainment today, family. This is something that we sat and listened through so that we can learn. All right? Okay. And finally, Sister MyRah mentioned a book, Celestial Ship of the North. So this is what, if you go on Amazon, you will get this copy. It looks like this. This is not the original copy. Sister MyRah has the original copy, but that original copy, I don't know if it's available unless you go to like African or Black bookstore, but this is what the new updated one looks like. It is not the original, but it has, you can see that it was like kind of copied and put into this binding, but it is the original text, okay? If you want the text from the original book, underneath the description here, there's going to be a link. It's my Scribd link. It's a free 2-month trial where you can download any books that you want, a lot of ancient texts for free. There's also Bobby Hemmett has his book list on there. You can just type it in the search engine, Bobby Hemmett's book list, and you can get all the books that are uploaded. And what it basically is are people that have permission to, they literally take the books and they go page by page and they upload it because they want to share this information publicly. Again, it is a 60-day free trial when you use my link. Other than that, it's like $8.99 a month, not much. But I highly suggest, as Sister MyRah did, as Bobby Hemmett did as well, to get this book. It is a very thick book, but there's a lot of really pertinent information in this book. Okay. So I believe Sister MyRah is back. We are going to go to the Q&A. Okay, there we go. Peace, Sister MyRah. So I'm going to go through and post the questions on the screen so that you can read it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me remove myself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Sister MyRah, I can hear you. Yes.
Oh, okay. There's one thing I did forget to mention before we get into that. What was that? Yesterday, there were 6 states that got hit very hard with some tornadoes. I don't know exactly. I know Kentucky was one of them. I think Missouri. I'm not sure what the others were, but definitely want to send out some vibes in that case too, as far as, our family members that had to go through this and experience this. I did want to send out, some good vibrations to to these people that had to go through that. So I had forgotten to mention that. Okay.
Thank you, Sister
Mhm.
Myra. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start posting the questions on there for you.
Why is Aries considered the baby uh, of the zodiac if it's the first, or the zodiac if it's the first sign? Okay. Um, why is Aries considered the baby of the zodiac? Well, okay, so like I said, it's the first sign. Aries, actually, Aries is where, remember I told you that's the sexual energy, and it's the sign of passion. So it's the spark, it's the first fire. You know, you're in other words, in creating a baby, you know, that passion, it's actually about how you go through the passion of, making love in order to create the baby, because that's where the conception really occurs through Aries. And then the physical baby is actually formed through Taurus. And then Gemini is where, the mind comes into play in this creative process. And then it's birth through Cancer, Cancer being the mama. We all come into this world through the Cancer energy, or the mama. But those first four signs, it represents conception. That's what Aries actually represents, the conception of a baby. And then we only get the physical aspect of the baby through Taurus, the earth, and then the mental aspect of the baby through Gemini, and then the birth of the baby through Cancer. So that's really how that goes. Wonderful. Positive vibes. Thank you. And everybody, I hear my phone, my Cash App is just going off the hook, you guys. So thank you so much for your contributions. It says, I love you, Sister Myra. Oh, even though I haven't met you. Okay. So, and then this one, Queen Ascending. Can you say the breakdown of the word Cinderella one more time? Okay. If you break down the word Cinderella, you see the first Cinder, that's cinder, which is carbon or black, cinder, like a cinder out of the fireplace, the carbon. And then you see the EL. After cinder is the EL. That's a title of divinity. El, you see the Moors with the name El. Raphael. There's a lot of spiritual words that have that EL in it. Anytime you see the EL, you're talking divinity, you're talking royalty. So that's the EL in Cinderella. And then the last LA. LA is La. That means feminine. So when you break down the word Cinderella, you have carbon or black, divinity, the divine black feminine, or the carbon feminine divine. Either way, any way you want to put that. But Cinder is carbon, L is divinity, and La is feminine. So the black divine feminine. That's how you would break that word down. At the bottom, from the bottom to the top. So we're the ones been put at the bottom of the totem pole in our value, because we end up at the highest, you see, when we've been redeemed in our value. So that is what Cinderella stands for, from the bottom to the top. And it's talking about the servant girl who ends up marrying the prince and becomes the queen. That's how she moves from the bottom to the top, you see, as Cinderella. And that's, and I hate to say woman because we're dealing with masculine and feminine, which is not male or female, it's internal or external. But we're dealing with the earth element here, which is feminine. So that's why we're saying the black divine feminine. The rejected stone who becomes the cornerstone, it's in her rejection and redemption. The earth is transformed. Symbolic of the black woman who's been put at the bottom of the totem pole in her value, and having to be redeemed and lifted up in her value as daughter character in order for the earth to be transformed. That's what the story of Cinderella. But you have to first redeem your own value and self-worth from within. Remember, spirit moves inside out, not outside in. So what you send out is what you spiral back. So you have to first redeem your own value from the internal. And when you are redeeming your value from within, you'll send that vibration out. And that's how you bring it back externally, from the air and the fire or spiritual power, or in the case of Cinderella, the prince. Okay. The enchantress. Do we need to fast on that? Now, I love you asked that question because it gives me a chance to explain. This is between you and your spirit, you see. Each one of us are on a unique journey. And if fasting has been a tool for you, your spirit has led you to do that. If you get the inspiration, if you get the thought to do it, by you asking the question, that means your spirit has already given you a nudge that, maybe I should fast on that day. So that is your spirit telling you to do that. But, I'm not going to tell everybody they need to do that because, like I said, we're all on a unique journey and your spirit is going to be the one that gives you personal guidance. So if you feel like you need to fast, if you get the inspiration to fast, if you fast before and it's helped open up your energy, then yes, that would be something you would want to do. But you definitely want to see that day as special. So whatever you do to make it special, do it. Blue Lotus, can you provide an example on how we connect with Libra to partner with our soul? Do we work out of the 7th house or where Libra is placed in our chart? Thank you, Master Sister MyRah. Remember, spirit is a combination. And the more you pull energy, the bigger the spirit you create. So, yes, you're going to be, what energy is on your 7th house? That's going to come into play. Libra is automatically going to come into play. Then you got Venus, that's also going to come into play. You're going to look at the planet, you're going to look at the house, and you're going to look at the energy. You're going to look at whatever energy is on that house. So each time you put one of those components together, that's what's going to give you your answer. That's going to give you a holistic answer. It's not going to give you just from one aspect. I always say there has to be at least 3 indications to know when it's spiritual. Like you could have a thought, that could be you. Thought comes back the second time, you need to pay attention. And if it comes back a third time, it's definitely your spirit trying to get you to take action. So as far as how we connect to our Libra partner, that's one of the things you do when it comes to your twin soul. It's about you going to your corner, getting in balance with your spirit, your mate going to their corner, getting balanced with their spirit. And it's only when the two have done that can they come together as twin souls. And that's where it's going to come in. Those different components are going to come in. What's on your 7th house energy? Where is your Libra at? What house is it on? Where is your Venus at? Then you pull all those components together that apply to Libra, the house, the planet, and find all those instances in your chart. And as you gather all that material, then within all those combinations of information, that is where you'll start getting answers about, how that's coming together, you see. So, but you each got to do it on your own. It's not something you do together. You do it and then you come together as you've come into partnership with your own spirit. With love, Jay. Sister MyRah, thank you for all you do. What advice would you give to millennials, young women who have plans of birthing children in this reality, yet this 3D world isn't quite suited for them? Wow, that is a really powerful question. And right now, I don't have good news for that question. I do remember in one part in the Bible where, the Bible is the book of the stars. It's really telling you about astrological energy, but they've taken the juice out of it so that it's been literalized. And that's why we don't recognize it, as spiritual truth. You have to put the juice back in it. And in the Bible, they did say that in the last days, in the time of tribulation, and I do believe we're in that tribulation period now, they indicated that you would not want to be with children. And I never understood why they would say that, but I do now because, of what's really coming down in the world right now. I mean, they're talking about jabbing 5-year-olds now, I think that's so ridiculous. I mean, that's taking us away from our connection to our higher self. That's what those are meant to do. And to do it in a child, in a baby, I think that's horrendous. And I don't even understand what parent, would subject their children to this, because, you're trusting in a system that has never had your best interests at heart. And you're trusting your child with that. So, I mean, all I can say is I'm very glad I'm not with child, but I did have a great grandchild that was just born. And the best answer I can give you, that we're stepping into our powers now, and you have the power to protect yourself, your loved ones. You have the power to overcome anything they would throw at you in this illusionary reality. You just got to know you have that power, but you have the power to do anything to supersede anything they would try to do against you. So if you're thinking about having a child or a baby, you can start, like I was telling the last question, the Aries, that conception. At conception, when you're trying to have a child, start at that point and begin putting protection over your child, and keep them protected. And you got to know that you have the power to do that. And with that, nobody or nothing can, nobody has more power than you do to create your own reality. You just have to know that. So yeah, that would be my answer. Jada. Oh, my granddaughter's named Jada. How can I deal with parental betrayal, struggling with forgiveness, but I don't want this to slow my ascension? Okay, and that's one of the subjects I did deal with today, that we do have to love them unconditionally. It just may be that whatever some of us, when we came into this physical reality, we chose to sacrifice our physical parents, which gave us more benefits to the spiritual parents at this time. Some of us chose to sacrifice the spiritual parents and have benefit from the physical parents. So you made that decision. But in either case, if your parents are being used as a tool of struggle and betrayal, then that is part of your biggest destiny, because that's the part that you're making a tremendous sacrifice with your parents. And that just means that that's the same line of energy that's going to come back in opposite return in spiritual reward. In other words, the sacrifice of your physical parents is going to open up to the extent that that betrayal and sacrifice occurred, is going to be to the same extent that you're going to now be able to have benefit from your cosmic parents, you see. And then as you get that same sort of benefit, and as your physical parents betrayed you, that means your cosmic parents are going to be just as loyal to you as your physical parents betrayed you, you see. And so now you have access to the ultimate loyalty of the cosmic parent. And then once you get that loyalty from the cosmic parent, then you can use that, to heal, what went wrong when it came to your physical parents. That's what we're here to do. Bring that energy full circle, tap into the cosmic parents and gain the energy and the vibration to bring back and use it for the best interests of your physical parents. I hope that gave you your answer. Cherokee Bella. I like that, because we really are the Indians, We are the Indians. Black and Indians are synonymous, you see. So we were the ones here. This was the most ancient land. And I think my lineage is Cherokee as well. It says, are we also ascending to a new earth, or are we staying here and ascending metaphysically? Oh, wow. Right. Good question. Boy, you guys are coming with some very good questions. Now, going back to the Bible, they do talk about a new earth. They do talk about a new earth. And so I would gather, that does have meaning. But when we're dealing with spirit, we're not dealing with just one component. In other words, spirit is a combination of aspects, you see. So both could be true. We could be, of course, we'll start off ascending metaphysically. But as we ascend metaphysically, and as more and more people get on that bandwagon, what we do internally is what's reflected in the universe, So, and as the more of us come together internally on the same level of vibration, the more we reflect what's going on in the universe. So my answer would be that we would, of course, start off with the metaphysical ascension, and as that becomes dense, as more and more of us get on board with that, then it will create a new reality, or a new earth. That's how I see that happening. Akira, I hope I'm not messing up you guys. I'm very bad on names, so forgive me if I do. But Akira 34, first, thank you so much for your time and knowledge. How can we tell who the selected healers are in our families to aid in breaking these karmic chains? Well, what we're going through right now is definitely showing us a division in who is who in the family. So if you are trusting in your spiritual guidance, walking in no fears, seeing through the illusion, that's a quality of the the oracle. The quality of oracle is that she can see straight through the illusion, you see. She's not fooled by that. So whoever is seeing through the illusion, who's not falling for the okie doke, who is not drinking the Kool-Aid, those who are trying to tell your family members, not to participate in this programming, in this false programming. All of those who are demonstrating that they know there's, a higher purpose involved here, and is not giving in to the okie doke. That's how you tell who is who, you see, especially in the family. By you being on this presentation, automatically exposes you, as one of the healers, and I always say there's one or two in each family, but the one who leads the way, to help others to see that we've been participating with an illusion, a matrix, and this thing is not real, and they are fully secure and confident in the power they have from a higher, for a higher purpose, to serve a higher purpose. Those are the ones that's been ordained. Starseed, can you explain more on putting the protection on our loved ones? You mentioned the colors green and red. Yes, this is what I had to do to my ex-husband because, he was caught up in his fears, and he definitely, he's already taken 3. And, and we were in a problematic point at this stage. I was upset with him because he had, upset my son against me, and, but when we did start communicating again, and he told me his condition was getting worse, it brought up a righteous indignation in me. And that's when I decided to do the ritual to help him out. So I took his picture and I put it on my altar, and I looked at the left hand, the left arm, where he took the jab, and I started imagining pulling that energy out of his body. And I imagine it as a grayish, dark grayish energy. As I pulled it out from his body, from every part of his body, I imagined every part of his body being cleansed of this grayish material that they injected in him. And once I cleansed it out, then is when I infused his body with the green light. Green is healing. That's the earth element. Earth is the color green, and earth deals with healing. It deals with security, and it deals with your values, and your security. So that's why I use the green light, because it's the light of healing, the color for healing. So that's why I infused that into his body. And then after I infused that green light in to fill up his whole body, taking particular interest in his heart, and in his brain, because they say what the thing swells up is the heart. So after I had filled him with green, then I covered him with a red light for his protection. Red is, that's the fire element, and that's the protective element. So that's why I covered him with the red light for his protection. And then once I did that for my ex-husband, I said, extend that to all of my loved ones, that have taken the jab, whether I know they have or not, extend it out to all of my loved ones. I used him as the, he was like he was used, as the forefront of, what I wanted to do for my whole family. And when I say loved ones, it doesn't just have to be your family. It could be anybody that, you love. I love my whole universal family. So, they got to deal with my energy. I'm taking it out to the farthest resources of the universe, because I wanted to cover everybody I know as, my loved ones. So, you do have the power to do that. And that's how you prove to yourself you have that power. Just work it, try it, find a loved one that needs that kind of help, and demonstrate that with that person. And once you get the proof and the validation that it's worked, that'll give you more confidence and more security, to be able to extend it to more things, you see. But red, red is Fire, that's power, protection. Green is earth, that's healing. Light blue is the air element that deals with spiritual communication, or anytime you want to deal with spiritual justice, spiritual communication, use the light blue. And if you want to deal with the mama component, the family, the love, those are dark blue. That's the water element. Okay. Stars. Okay. So inspired. Sister MyRah, you look wonderful. Can we send Reiki energy to your feet, leg, and knees? Oh, sure. That would be fabulous. That is, what I've been working on, and I know it's the last half of my body, the bottom half. And this is the way I explain it, because I'm so high level. I deal on such a high vibration. You can't serve two masters. Now, if you're taking your energy up to the spiritual level, it's taking it away from the physical. You have to learn how to fortify your physical before you start taking it up to the spiritual, so that it can be protected. So I think because I'm so high level, I got protection from the highest level, which means I'm on my own when it comes to the lower levels. I have to handle that myself. All that's in the balance of the universe, you see. But sending me a collective vibration to help my legs and knees and feet would be wonderful. Yes, it would be. That would help a lot. Thank you. See, I love my family. You guys are wonderful. Tony Z, when speaking of the first spiral vortex, you said we should do all we can on our physical end and then enlist our spirit to take over. Can you provide examples of physical things we can do? Okay. It's just a matter of, okay, I can tell you when I got my house. They put me through all kind of loops and loops and loops, and I was able to overcome all of them. I had excellent credit, everything they wanted me to do to get the house, I was able to accomplish on the physical half. But the last thing they threw at me, the last monkey wrench they threw at me, they said that they wanted, now, the guy that I was working with told me that I couldn't just have a down payment. I had to show where I got the down payment from. And since I was retired, he said I'd have to get it gifted from a loved one. So I told him I was going to get it gifted from my niece, you see, who lived in Atlanta, who was in a position because you had to show that she had it in her bank account before she gifted it to me so they could trace the money. So we were almost through everything for me to get the house. And he said, we got a preliminary approval. He said, but we've got a red flag. They no longer consider nieces as qualified family members. I said, well, for one thing, he didn't tell me it had to be a family member, so he said, you can only use your parents, your children, or your siblings to gift you this down payment. So I said, okay, I'll use my son. So I took the money. I had the money myself, but I had to tell them it was gifted to me by my niece. So he said, send the money back to your niece. So I actually had to give the money to my son, since he was going to become my new gifter. So at the very end, when I had passed everything, they said, okay, now we need a copy of the check where you sent that money back to your niece. So I'm like, oh gosh. So I did get the check and I did work my magic so that the check reflected that my son gave me the money. However, he threw another monkey wrench. He was like, well, we want the bank to fax us the check. You can't fax it to us. They had been letting me do the faxing myself, but now they wanted the bank to personally fax that check. So I'm in real trouble now, you see. I had just had an argument with the bank manager because she was saying that the cashier's check that my son gave me, they had to put a hold on it. And I'm like, well, that's like cash. Why would you have to put a hold on it? Well, sometimes they counterfeit these things. So I'm in the bank screaming at her, I don't believe you, you know. So I know I couldn't go back to the bank manager and have her fax this check that I had got the day before. You know, and so I'm pacing the floor trying to figure out what to do. So there, at this point, I had done the maximum of what I could do physically, you know, to comply with what they were asking. So I'm pacing the floor trying to figure out what to do. I talked to my friend Erica. I said, maybe I can just put you know, the bank's fact sheet on it to make it look like it came from the bank. And she said, no, that's not going to work because, you know, the number is going to be on the document. So I'm pacing the floor trying to figure out how am I going to do this. All of a sudden, my phone rings, and it is my youngest sister's grandson, and he wants to borrow some money from me because I had been doing that service for the family, loaning them money, and I was like, well, I'm calling in my loans because I'm supposed to be making my down payment. And he said, oh, I'll have the money back. I get a bonus. I'll have it back by then so I can give it back to you. I said, okay, come on over and get the money. Well, I didn't realize my my sister's grandson used to work at the very bank that I was operating with. So when he got over to my home to get the money, I explained to him what I was going through. All he did was pulled out his phone, called her up. Oh, me and the bank manager are best friends. Called her up, said, I'm in your neighborhood. Can I come over and fax some stuff? Now, he calls me at the very moment I'm trying to figure out what to do. He never called me before. So that was spirit. And sure enough, he went over there, faxed the check. An hour later, agent calls me up, said, we got the from your bank. We'll submit it for processing tomorrow. And that's how I got my house. So that's a combination of me doing all I could on the physical end, and then spirit took it from there and completed and fulfilled the process. That's how that works.
Okay, thank you so much, Sister MyRah. You've been teaching us for about 4 hours.
Okay.
I think it's time for us to wrap this up.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you to everyone who was here, took notes. All of you that donated, again, this is Sister MyRah's way of, showing love to her soul family that she says she loves so dearly. All of the information that was spoken about will be posted underneath this video. Also, go to thespiritdoula.com. If in any event anything happens to this video, I will send you the private link. Okay, Sister MyRah, I'm going to send it back over to you for you to give any of your last words.
Okay. Family, family, family. There's no vibration of energy more powerful than love. So that is where we have to go right now. We have to go to the vibration of love. That is Big Mama's domain of operation. So anytime you're sending out any vibration through the power of love, there is nothing that can undermine that. So fall back in love. Fall back in love with your family. Fall back in love, with the people, and like I said, all the way up to my cosmic family. This is it. The title was given to me and inspired in me. This is it. MJ, Michael Jackson. Well, I'm also an MJ. I'm MyRah Jean. And so that's why I'm using his phrase, this is it, because we are superseding time, the illusion of time. It's not about, last year or next year. It's about going up and ascending levels simultaneous, tapping into higher and higher levels. Therefore, you're going to be able to tap into any and everybody that you have ever been in contact with, not just this lifetime, but in all lifetimes. This is it, the number 21. And we're doing today is a 321. You remember 3 is magic. So today as December, which is 12, and then December the 12th, like I told you, my baby sister's birthday, as well as my mom made her transition on this day 38 years ago. And then 2021. So we got 321s working here. And in 9 more days, we'll have another 321s working. And as I told you, 21 is the world card in the major arcana of the tarot deck. It's the winter solstice, which is the peak of the astrological cycle. And so that is why everything is happening the way it is right now in that number 21, because we're getting ready to step up to that next level, which is going to take us to the number 22, which is spiritual mastery. So we're getting ready to step up in our spiritual mastery as we enter into the 22nd level. And that's the main thing I want to leave you with. Be full of love as you use your energy. You cannot abuse this power. Our ancestors, the universe is looking down on us, and they're identifying us through the melody that we're sending out to the universe. It has to be a harmonious melody, else it won't make it very far. We can't send a discord up there, but they're identifying who we are and what we are about through the harmony and the melody of our vibration, which means we have to be operating in full love, and understanding or overstanding of a bigger purpose being served. There's a universal purpose being served, and we're just the individual aspects of that. There's no way we can lose with what we have to use at our disposal at this time. So utilize it, take advantage of it, step up, be as powerful as you think you can be. You see, Sagittarius or Jupiter is the great expander. So there's no limitations. You can expand as far as you believe you can expand in the universe in your power. And with that, I say, I love you, and I will always, love my universal cosmic and balance it with my physical family, all love. That's it. Boy, my phone is buzzing over here. Okay, Melanie, where you at? Hello? Are we still connected here? Hello, Melanie? Okay. Let me see if hey, what's up? Oh, okay. Um, no, well, we got through it, but am I still on? I mean, is people still seeing me or what? Okay, so what do we do? So what do we do from here? Okay. 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 All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Bye bye, family. Love you. And they're trying to pull some stuff here. So, um, but I'm getting ready to shut it down. So, you guys take care. Love you. And I'm looking forward to interacting with each and every one of you. Take care.